It is often said that war is not only fought on the battlefield, but also in the hidden corners where soldiers captured and disarmed live out their days in uncertainty. Behind the lines of fire, in compounds fenced with barbed wire, and in barracks echoing with the sounds of boots and roll calls, another story of the Second World War unfolded, the story of prisoners of war. For millions of captured men, the war did not end with surrender. It continued in the long routines of captivity, in the endless waiting, in the fragile hope of survival, and in the struggle to hold on to dignity while stripped of freedom. Germany, at the height of its military expansion, operated one of the largest networks of POW camps the world had ever seen. From the forests of Poland to the farmlands of Bavaria, from makeshift enclosures on the Eastern Front to sprawling stalags deep inside the Reich, these camps became the silent shadow of the war machine. Within their gates, captured Allied soldiers, British, American, French, and later millions of Soviet troops, faced an existence that swung between discipline and deprivation, order and chaos, survival and despair. The experience of captivity was shaped by circumstance, ideology, and geography. Western Allied prisoners were often treated under the framework of the Geneva Convention, their lives regimented but bearable, with letters from home, parcels from the Red Cross, and the faint semblance of structure. Yet in the East, Soviet prisoners endured horrors beyond comprehension. Seen as subhuman by Nazi racial ideology, they were starved, neglected, and left to die in open fields or ramshackle huts. The POW story in Germany, therefore, is not a single narrative, but a spectrum, a mirror reflecting both the obligations of law and the brutality of prejudice. Inside these camps, daily life was a battle of its own. Some prisoners found solace in routine, digging gardens, organizing makeshift theaters, teaching classes, or secretly plotting daring escapes. Others faded under hunger, illness, and the crushing monotony of captivity. The camps were microcosms of the larger war, a place where resilience, ingenuity, cruelty, and humanity coexisted in stark contrast. Soldiers who once charged into combat with rifles and tanks now clung to survival with spoons, scraps of bread, and whispered plans in the dark. The history of German POW camps is also a tale of contrasts between captor and captive. Guards who followed regulations and maintained order stood beside those who abused their power, taking pleasure in humiliation. Civilians near the camps sometimes looked upon the prisoners with pity, while others exploited their forced labor for farms and factories. The prisoners themselves formed hierarchies and societies within the wire. Leaders emerged, rules developed, and solidarity became a weapon against despair. By the war's end, more than 11 million Allied soldiers would pass through German hands as prisoners of war. Their fates varied widely. Some survived to tell their stories, while millions never returned home. The liberation of the camps in 1945 unveiled not only suffering, but also the remarkable endurance of the human spirit under captivity. To understand the POW experience is to confront a hidden front of World War II, one that unfolded not in blood-soaked trenches, but behind fences and guard towers, in the quiet defiance of men who waited, endured, and survived. Tonight, as we embark on this journey through history, we will retrace the entire story of German POW camps, from their creation to their collapse, from the human stories of endurance to the lessons they leave behind. So settle in, let your mind drift into the past, and prepare to explore the untold chapters of captivity in World War II. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it right now as you watch this? As the guns rolled across Europe in 1939, millions of soldiers suddenly found themselves stripped of arms and rights. ushered into a new existence behind barbed wire. Prisoners of war became a distinct population in the Second World War, subject to military law, bureaucracy, and the mercies or cruelties of their captors. German POW camps were at once administrative centres, labour reservoirs, and microcosms of the broader conflict that engulfed the continent. These camps held men from Poland, France, Britain, the Soviet Union, the United States, and colonies across Africa and Asia, each bringing different languages, expectations, and fates. Some prisoners experienced treatment that approximated the protections of international law, while others suffered neglect or deliberate brutality based on ideology and race. Within the fences, daily life oscillated between grinding monotony and sudden violence, punctuated by roll calls, labor details, and the perpetual search for food. Yet captivity also revealed unexpected forms of resilience, clandestine education, cultural exchanges, and acts of solidarity that preserved dignity. The history of these camps is therefore both a record of institutional cruelty and a testimony to human adaptability under extreme conditions. In this documentary, we will explore how law, ideology, economy, and personality shaped the experience of captivity from 1939 to 1945. We begin by asking a simple but profound question: what becomes of a soldier when he is no longer permitted to fight? The scale of captivity during World War II was unprecedented in modern history, with millions interned across Europe and beyond. By 1945, Germany held prisoners numbering in the millions, including over 3 million Soviet soldiers captured on the Eastern Front. Western Allied prisoners, British, French, and later American troops, were also held in large numbers, though their treatment often differed markedly from that of Soviet captives. Camps were located throughout the Third Reich and occupied territories from the forests of Poland to the industrial regions of Western Germany. Each camp formed a contained society with its own hierarchies, economies, and informal rules that governed daily life. The demographics of the prisoners reflected the global dimensions of the conflict, encompassing conscripts, volunteers, colonial troops, and irregular fighters. For many men, captivity interrupted families, careers, and futures, consigning them to years of uncertainty and exile. The presence of so many POWs imposed logistical and moral dilemmas on Germany, which sought to exploit labor while managing scarce resources. These pressures produced a range of systems and practices, from regulated camps to brutal quasi-extermination conditions in which survival was slim. Understanding the numbers helps us grasp not just logistics, but the human scale of a history often reduced to statistics. The legal framework that governed the treatment of prisoners came primarily from the Geneva Convention of 1929, which Germany had signed. The convention stipulated standards for food, shelter, medical care, and correspondence, intending to humanize captivity even in wartime. In practice, compliance with these rules was uneven and heavily influenced by Nazi ideology, operational necessity, and the nationality of prisoners. Western prisoners often benefited from Red Cross parcels and relatively regular inspections, giving them a lifeline that sustained many through internment. Soviet POWs, however, were frequently denied protections, stripped of rights, and treated according to an ideological hostility that equated Slavic peoples with subhuman status. The legal language of the Geneva Convention therefore clashed with the realities of racialized policy and military exigency within the Reich. Commanders and camp administrators exercised wide discretion, interpreting rules in ways that fit economic needs or ideological priorities. This gap between law and practice created moral and legal controversies that would reverberate long after the war ended. Examining the legal framework helps explain why experiences in different camps varied so dramatically across time and place. It also frames an essential question of this documentary: when does legal protection break down and atrocity take its place? Life in a POW camp established a rhythm of waking to roll call, marching to work details, and enduring the tedium of confinement. Rations were meagre and often inconsistent, forcing prisoners to barter, forage, or exchange labor for extra food. Overcrowded barracks bred disease and lice, while winter cold and summer heat tested makeshift shelters and patched uniforms. Medical facilities were strained and frequently inadequate, with wounded or sick prisoners facing long waits and sparse supplies. Punishments for infractions ranged from hard labor and solitary confinement to physical beatings, administered by guards or camp police. Yet prisoners created subcultures of resilience, clandestine schooling, theatrical performances, and amateur newspapers kept minds alert and spirits connected. Work assignments, whether legal agricultural labor or industrial tasks beyond Geneva limits, structured the day and influenced survival odds. Religious services, sports, and secret libraries became coping mechanisms that preserved a sense of identity and hope. These small acts of creativity and community often made the difference between despair and survival in the camps. The daily life of captivity therefore combined deprivation with pockets of resistance and adaptation that sustained men through years of imprisonment. From the German authorities' viewpoint, millions of POWs represented both a logistical burden and a potential resource for an economy at war. Housing, feeding, and guarding prisoners consumed scarce supplies, yet the Reich increasingly saw captivity as a source of coerced labor. Factories, farms, mines, and construction projects all employed POWs under supervision, often to the profit of private firms tied to the war effort. Policies evolved as labor shortages intensified, blurring the line between permitted work and outright exploitation beyond international limits. Economic expediency interacted with racial policy, producing different regimes for Western, Soviet, and colonial prisoners. Administrators balanced military security, ideological considerations, and contractual obligations with firms that demanded manpower. The result was a patchwork system of camps and labor detachments that could be brutally efficient in extracting value from human captivity. Corruption, negligence, and varying local practices meant that a prisoner's fate often depended on which command zone or employer controlled his labor. This pragmatic exploitation underpinned much of the Reich's wartime production, but came at enormous human cost. Understanding this economic dimension reveals how the machinery of war extended beyond battlefields into the very bodies of its captives. The human cost of the POW system was staggering and uneven, shaped by policy, prejudice, and the brutality of war itself. Western Allied POWs often endured hardship, but had higher survival rates due to international aid and reciprocal treatment expectations. By contrast, Soviet prisoners suffered catastrophic mortality from deliberate neglect, mass shootings, and starvation in the early years of the war. Nazi racial ideology declared some peoples expendable, making camps instruments of both control and de facto extermination for certain groups. Witness accounts describe skeletal corpses, frozen marchers, and overcrowded barracks where disease raged unchecked. These horrors were not uniform. Local commanders' decisions, supply lines, and shifting military fortunes produced varied outcomes. Still, the cumulative toll, measured in lives lost, families shattered, and trauma transmitted across generations, was immense. Survivors bore physical scars and psychological wounds that complicated repatriation and reintegration after the war. The moral responsibility for such suffering became a central theme of post-war trials and remembrance. Confronting this human cost forces us to reckon with the choices that transform captivity into cruelty. Despite deprivation and cruelty, prisoners demonstrated resourcefulness that became a crucial means of survival. Men organized secret schools to teach languages, mathematics, and trades, preserving mental acuity and preparing for life after release. Cultural life, concerts, plays, and art provided solace and reinforced bonds of solidarity within diverse prisoner communities. Escape attempts, from elaborate tunnels to audacious disguises, reflected a refusal to accept indefinite confinement. Black markets, improvised gardens, and makeshift radios supplemented rationed food and brought news from the outside world. Religious observance and mutual aid societies offered emotional support that sustained men through despair. These forms of improvisation were acts of agency that undermined the camp's intended goal of total domination. Even in the harshest conditions, prisoners found ways to assert dignity and preserve a sense of self. Their ingenuity complicates any simple narrative of victimhood, revealing the layered humanity within captivity. In studying these behaviors, we uncover a record of resistance that is as important as accounts of suffering. Over the next 20 chapters, this documentary will move from legal frameworks and early camps to labor exploitation, escapes, liberation, and memory. We will examine the varied experiences of Polish, British, American, and Soviet prisoners and the institutions that governed them. We will listen to survivor testimonies, analyze administrative records, and weigh the interplay between law, economy, and ideology. Each chapter will aim to balance strategic context with intimate human stories, giving voice to those imprisoned and those who enforced captivity. The documentary will explore contested issues, collaboration, resistance, complicity, and the moral lines blurred by survival. It will also trace the aftermath, how repatriation unfolded, how memories were shaped, and how post-war justice sought to address crimes committed within the camps. Our goal is neither to sanitize nor sensationalize, but to present a rigorous, humane account of a complex history. By the end, listeners should understand how captivity functioned as an extension of wartime policy and how it left enduring legacies. This journey will reveal both the mechanisms of oppression and the human capacities that resisted them, offering lessons for the present. The story of German prisoner of war camps cannot be told without first examining the legal framework that, at least on paper, governed the treatment of captives. At the heart of this framework was the Geneva Convention of 1929, a treaty signed by Germany and numerous other powers in the wake of World War I. Its purpose was to establish international standards for the humane treatment of prisoners, ensuring that soldiers who laid down their arms would not be subjected to cruelty or neglect. The convention guaranteed rights to adequate food, proper medical attention, the ability to correspond with families, and freedom from forced labor outside certain conditions. It also stipulated that prisoners could not be punished simply for being captured, and that they retained a measure of dignity as soldiers of an enemy nation. In theory, the treaty represented progress in codifying humanitarian ideals during wartime, building upon earlier conventions signed at The Hague. Yet treaties are only as strong as the will of governments to uphold them, and in Nazi Germany, that will was often undermined by ideology and expediency. The Geneva Convention promised much, but delivered unevenly once the fires of global war reignited. Understanding its provisions provides the foundation for analyzing where Germany complied, where it faltered, and where it deliberately abandoned legality in favor of brutality. The Convention's articles laid out clear rules for camp administration and prisoner welfare, leaving little room for ambiguity. Captives were to be housed in quarters as adequate as those of the captor's own troops. protecting them from exposure, overcrowding, and unsanitary conditions. They were to receive rations equal in quality to those fed to the detaining powers soldiers, preventing starvation and malnutrition. Medical staff were expected to be provided, with hospitals and doctors ensuring care for the sick and wounded. Prisoners retained the right to send and receive letters and parcels, maintaining contact with families and receiving aid from organizations like the Red Cross. Work was allowed, but only within limits. Prisoners could be employed in agriculture or non-dangerous industries, but they were not to be forced into hazardous or directly military tasks. The treaty also prohibited reprisals against prisoners, forbidding executions or collective punishments in response to escapes or resistance. Officers were exempt from manual labor altogether, preserving the rank-based hierarchies that mirrored military life. Each camp was to be open to inspection by neutral observers, providing oversight that aimed to deter abuses. These detailed obligations, if followed, could have created a system where captivity was harsh but survivable, anchored in principles of humanity amid war's inhumanity. In the early years of the conflict, Germany often presented itself as a nation willing to uphold international law, at least in relation to Western prisoners. British and French captives, taken during the campaigns of 1940, were registered, placed in Stalags and Oflags, and generally treated within the broad parameters of the Convention. They received Red Cross parcels, wrote letters home, and were allowed limited cultural activities within the camps. German propaganda even highlighted this compliance, contrasting it with what it claimed was Allied hypocrisy. Yet this adherence was selective and heavily influenced by the political calculus of reciprocity. Germany recognized that its own soldiers captured by Britain, or later the United States, would benefit from similar treatment if it respected the rules. The fate of captured Western prisoners therefore became entangled in a mutual expectation of restraint, sustained by the prospect of retaliation if abuses occurred. But beneath this veneer of legality lay inconsistencies, shortages of food, mistreatment by brutal guards, and lapses in medical care persisted. Compliance was often superficial, masking the reality that international law was fragile and easily bent by the pressures of war. This duality, legal adherence for some, neglect or worse for others, defined much of the German POW system. The great fracture in this framework came with the invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, when ideology overpowered legal commitments. Germany had signed the Geneva Convention, but the Soviet Union had not, giving Nazi leaders a convenient excuse to disregard its principles entirely on the Eastern Front. Millions of Red Army soldiers fell into German hands, and instead of being treated as lawful combatants, they were often declared subhuman in accordance with Nazi racial ideology. They were denied registration, medical care, and Red Cross assistance, and they were deliberately starved in open-air pens that became death camps in all but name. German generals, pressured by both logistical constraints and ideological dictates, permitted or encouraged conditions that led to catastrophic mortality. This treatment was not simply neglect, it was an extension of a war defined as racial annihilation rather than traditional military conflict. The contrast between Western prisoners and Soviet prisoners revealed the arbitrary and deeply politicized application of the Geneva Convention within Nazi practice. It was not law that defined survival, but nationality, and the value that the Nazi state assigned to human lives. This deliberate violation marked one of the greatest humanitarian failures of the war, exposing the limits of treaties when ideology dictates extermination. The International Committee of the Red Cross attempted to serve as guardian of the Geneva Convention, sending inspectors, delivering aid, and recording complaints from camps across Europe. Its representatives toured many Stalags and Oflags, filing reports on conditions, food rations, and the morale of prisoners. Parcels containing food, clothing, and medicine became lifelines for many Allied POWs, often making the difference between survival and malnutrition. Yet, even this humanitarian mechanism faced constraints in Nazi Germany. Access to camps holding Soviet prisoners was largely denied, leaving millions without external support or oversight. Inspectors could only visit facilities where German authorities permitted them, limiting their ability to uncover abuses or hold the regime accountable. Reports were often censored or sanitized to avoid retaliation against prisoners, weakening the system's capacity to enforce compliance. Still, for those who received Red Cross aid, the organization represented hope and a link to the outside world. Its presence underscored the uneven application of international law, benefiting some prisoners while others remained invisible. The Red Cross thus became both a symbol of humanitarian resilience and a reminder of the limitations of oversight in the face of totalitarian power. The uneven application of the Geneva Convention was also evident in the way work assignments were handled. Western POWs were generally employed within the limits of the convention, sent to farms, construction projects, or non-military industries. While conditions were often harsh, the work provided a sense of routine and occasionally opportunities for barter or escape. Soviet prisoners, by contrast, were pushed into the most dangerous labor, mines, armaments factories, and frontline construction, without regard for international prohibitions. Many perished from exhaustion, malnutrition, or accidents exacerbated by deliberate neglect. German industry profited immensely from this forced labor, blurring the line between POW camps and slave labor systems. The legal distinction between lawful employment and exploitation collapsed, exposing the gap between treaty ideals and economic necessity. In this way, the Geneva Convention became less a shield and more a tool to be selectively wielded by the German state. Labor, ostensibly regulated, became a weapon of control and survival. For prisoners, the work they were assigned often determined not only their daily routines, but their chances of enduring captivity. The moral and legal contradictions of German POW policy became more pronounced as the war dragged on and resources dwindled. By 1944, shortages of food, fuel, and manpower strained the ability of the regime to maintain even minimal compliance with international law. Western prisoners continued to receive Red Cross parcels, but German rations shrank, and the contrast between captors and captives sometimes bred resentment. Soviet prisoners, meanwhile, were often left to die in mass numbers, their treatment justified by ideology and ignored by oversight mechanisms. These contradictions laid bare the fragility of international agreements when confronted with a state that valued power over principle. The Geneva Convention was never designed to withstand the ideological extremism of Nazism, and its failure revealed the limits of law in the face of systemic disregard. Yet the Convention also provided a baseline against which post-war accountability could be measured. When the war ended, violations of its provisions became evidence in tribunals, shaping the future of humanitarian law. The tension between ideal and reality during the war thus became a foundation for stronger safeguards in its aftermath. The Geneva Convention of 1929, as applied or ignored by Nazi Germany, represents both the hope and the failure of international law in wartime. It showed that humanity could aspire to regulate even the most brutal aspects of conflict, establishing rules meant to preserve dignity. But it also revealed that such rules could be warped, ignored, or selectively applied according to politics, prejudice, and expedience. For many Western prisoners, the convention meant parcels, inspections, and survival. For Soviet prisoners, it meant nothing at all, as they perished by the millions in conditions that mocked the very idea of legal protection. This duality underscores a painful truth. Law is powerless without enforcement and the will to uphold it. Yet the failures of wartime application did not destroy the value of the Geneva Convention. Instead, they highlighted the necessity of stronger, clearer, and more enforceable norms, leading to post-war reforms in humanitarian law. The legacy of these contradictions remains central to our understanding of both Nazi Germany and the broader struggle to humanize war. In the chapters ahead, we will see how this fragile framework collided with the realities of specific campaigns, camps, and captives. When German forces invaded Poland on September 1st, 1939, they unleashed not only the first battles of World War II, but also the first wave of mass captivity. Within weeks, tens of thousands of Polish soldiers, overwhelmed by superior firepower and the shock of blitzkrieg tactics, were forced to surrender. These men, who only days earlier had defended their homeland with determination, now found themselves stripped of weapons and herded into makeshift collection points. Fields, barns, and ruined villages were transformed overnight into holding pens where prisoners awaited transport. German guards, often young conscripts themselves, oversaw this chaotic process with varying degrees of discipline and brutality. Many Polish officers attempted to maintain order among their men, reminding them that captivity was not dishonor, but the cruel fortune of war. Yet confusion, exhaustion, and hunger marked these first days of imprisonment, foreshadowing the hardships to come. The sheer scale of surrender overwhelmed German logistics, forcing improvisation in handling so many captives. For the prisoners, the war had not ended, but entered a new, uncertain chapter, defined by dependency and survival. Poland's fall thus marked the beginning of Germany's vast system of POW camps, an infrastructure that would grow with every conquest. The Polish campaign revealed the first outlines of German administrative practices toward prisoners. Captives were registered in temporary field camps before being marched or transported by train to permanent facilities deeper within the Reich. The conditions in these improvised sites were rudimentary at best, with straw on cold floors, limited water, and little food beyond what guards could spare or requisition. Disease spread quickly in overcrowded barns and fenced yards, with dysentery, lice, and respiratory infections taking hold within days. The Geneva Convention required humane treatment, but in practice compliance was minimal during these early months of war. German commanders often prioritized speed and efficiency over adherence to international obligations, viewing Polish prisoners as an obstacle to be processed rather than men deserving of dignity. Officers received somewhat better accommodations, though even they were subjected to interrogation and intimidation. Rank-and-file soldiers were crowded together in vast numbers, their morale battered by uncertainty about their fate. This initial chaos set patterns that would persist: the gulf between official rules and practical neglect, the importance of nationality in determining treatment, and the strain on resources created by sudden mass captivity. For Poland's soldiers, their ordeal had only begun, and the conditions of these first camps foreshadowed harsher realities. The German treatment of Polish prisoners was shaped not only by logistical challenges, but by ideology. Nazi racial doctrines viewed Poles as inferior, unworthy of equal status with Western Europeans, and this attitude manifested in the camps. While Polish officers were often kept alive for interrogation and future control of occupied populations, ordinary soldiers were regarded as expendable. Many were subjected to forced labor almost immediately, working in agriculture, construction, or clearing battlefields under harsh supervision. Guards frequently abused prisoners, beating them during marches or denying them rations as a form of discipline. Some captives were executed outright, particularly if accused of partisan activity or resistance, blurring the line between POWs and civilians. The differential treatment between officers and enlisted men underscored the regime's priorities: extract information and labor, while demonstrating ruthless dominance. This racialized contempt became a template for the handling of Eastern prisoners in the years to come. For Poles, captivity was not governed by the letter of the Geneva Convention, but by a hierarchy that placed them below their Western counterparts. Thus, from the very start, the camp system carried the imprint of Nazi ideology, setting dangerous precedents that would expand with every conquest. The experiences of Polish prisoners varied depending on where they were captured and to which camps they were assigned. In Western Poland, closer to German borders, camps were more quickly established and supplied, though still harsh and overcrowded. In eastern regions, especially after the Soviet invasion on September 17th, chaos reigned as prisoners were caught between two occupying powers. Some Polish soldiers fell into Soviet hands, facing deportation, execution, or internment in gulags, while others were transported westward into German custody. This division of captives reflected the secret clauses of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which carved Poland into spheres of influence. German camps in Silesia, Pomerania, and central Germany became primary destinations for Polish POWs, housing thousands in hastily built compounds. Conditions remained primitive, with open latrines, inadequate shelter, and constant hunger gnawing at prisoners. Families back home often had no knowledge of their loved ones' whereabouts, deepening the sense of despair. Letters, when permitted, were censored, stripped of detail, and delayed, offering little reassurance. For many Polish captives, the journey from battlefield to camp symbolized the collapse of their nation and the uncertainty of a long, grim captivity under a hostile regime. Administrative structures quickly developed as the German High Command recognized the need for order. The Wehrmacht prisoner of war branch coordinated with the SS and civilian authorities to establish Stalags for enlisted men and Oflags for officers. These designations became standard across the Reich, with Poland serving as the testing ground for this organizational system. Camp commandants were appointed, guards assigned, and bureaucratic routines put in place, ranging from registration to labor allocation. German officers produced detailed reports on prisoner numbers, health, and work assignments, embedding captivity within the broader machinery of the Nazi state. Despite these efforts at systematization, resources remained strained, and many camps lacked proper infrastructure for months after their establishment. Prisoners often lived in tents or converted barns long before permanent barracks were built. The emphasis on labor utilization grew quickly, with Polish prisoners dispatched to work projects vital to the war effort. Bureaucracy thus coexisted with improvisation as German authorities sought to extract value from captives while struggling with the realities of mass imprisonment. This administrative evolution laid the groundwork for the vast network of camps that would later hold millions from across Europe. Poland's defeat had given birth to a system that was only beginning to reveal its scope. The psychological impact of captivity weighed heavily on Polish soldiers who had fought valiantly but now faced defeat and humiliation. For many, surrender felt like betrayal of their country, even though resistance had become impossible against overwhelming odds. Inside the camps, morale fluctuated, with some men clinging to camaraderie and faith, while others fell into despair and hopelessness. The uncertainty of duration, whether weeks, months, or years, created a pervasive anxiety that eroded spirits. Officers attempted to maintain discipline, organizing educational activities, clandestine religious services, or even military-style drills to preserve identity. Yet hunger, illness, and constant reminders of powerlessness often sapped energy and initiative. The degradation of being herded, numbered, and reduced to survival stripped away layers of dignity. Stories circulated of comrades who had perished in marches, been executed without trial, or disappeared into unknown fates, heightening fear. This psychological toll was as damaging as physical deprivation, leaving scars that endured long after liberation. For many Polish POWs, captivity was not just confinement, but a prolonged assault on their identity as soldiers and citizens. Early camp conditions also reflected the contradictions of German policy between appearances and realities. Officially, Germany claimed adherence to international conventions, presenting POWs as secure and relatively well treated. Photographs were sometimes staged for propaganda, showing prisoners playing sports or receiving medical attention. Behind the fences, however, deprivation, overcrowding, and brutality defined daily life. Rations often consisted of watery soup, stale bread, and occasional scraps of meat, insufficient to sustain health. Medical neglect left minor wounds, festering into life-threatening infections, and epidemics spread unchecked in filthy barracks. Guards varied in conduct. Some maintained discipline without overt cruelty, while others vented ideological hatred or personal frustrations on prisoners. For the German public, information about POW camps was scarce, filtered through propaganda designed to maintain an image of control and legitimacy. For prisoners, the gap between official claims and lived experience underscored their vulnerability. This dissonance between narrative and reality foreshadowed a broader Nazi pattern of presenting legality while practicing brutality. The fall of Poland in 1939 thus inaugurated not only German conquest, but also the birth of a system of captivity that would expand with every subsequent campaign. Polish prisoners were among the first to experience the harsh realities of Nazi ideology combined with administrative improvisation. Their early suffering demonstrated how quickly the Geneva Convention could be diluted by racial prejudice and economic exploitation. From makeshift barns to the first organized Stalags, the trajectory of Polish captivity reflected both chaos and method, cruelty and routine. These men became the test subjects of a machinery that would soon process millions more, each step refining the mechanisms of control. Their stories are crucial to understanding the foundations of the German POW system, which blended law, ideology, and pragmatism into a complex, often lethal structure. The experience of Polish captives highlights the fragility of international law when confronted with authoritarian disregard. It also underscores the resilience of men who endured conditions designed to break them. As the war expanded, so too did the system of camps, and Poland's soldiers were its unwilling pioneers. Their ordeal marks the beginning of a chapter in history defined by captivity, exploitation, and the struggle to survive. The spring of 1940 witnessed a lightning war across Western Europe, as German panzers stormed through the Low Countries and into France with breathtaking speed. Within weeks, entire divisions of French, Belgian, and British troops found themselves encircled, overwhelmed, and forced into surrender. At Dunkirk, the dramatic evacuation of over 300,000 Allied soldiers became a story of survival, but it left behind nearly 40,000 British and French prisoners in German hands. These men, exhausted from battle and retreat, were rounded up on beaches, fields, and ruined towns, marched at gunpoint to temporary holding centers. Many were still in shock, their uniforms torn, their spirits shattered, and their futures suddenly uncertain. German guards hustled them into makeshift enclosures, often without food, water, or shelter for days at a time. The capture of so many soldiers presented the Wehrmacht with a massive logistical challenge, one that would define the expansion of the POW system. As French units collapsed further south and Paris fell, hundreds of thousands more prisoners joined the ranks of the captured. By the armistice of June 1940, over 1.5 million French soldiers were in German custody, alongside tens of thousands of British troops. The Western campaigns had created a new chapter of captivity, shaping the experiences of men from across the democracies of Europe. French prisoners of war became the largest single group in German hands after the fall of France, and their treatment reflected both pragmatism and ideology. Many were marched long distances into Germany, their columns stretching for miles, with little food or medical care provided along the way. Fatigue and dehydration claimed lives before the camps were even reached, leaving bodies along the roadside as grim markers of defeat. Once registered, the majority of French enlisted men were dispatched to Stalags, while officers were segregated into Oflags. Conditions varied from camp to camp. Some offered barracks and regulated rations, while others provided only dilapidated shelters and insufficient food. Over time, French prisoners were systematically integrated into the German labor system, working on farms, in factories, or on construction projects. Many spent years in captivity, their absence leaving deep scars on families and the French home front. German authorities used French POWs not only as laborers, but also as pawns in political calculations, releasing some as gestures to the Vichy regime. This manipulation blurred the line between captivity and diplomacy, embedding the POW system within the politics of occupation. For French soldiers, imprisonment became a prolonged ordeal that lasted, in many cases, until the final months of the war. For British prisoners captured during the fall of France and Dunkirk, the experience was smaller in scale but equally disorienting. Thousands were taken during rearguard actions, their units sacrificed to cover evacuating comrades. These men were often bitter, knowing their capture had been the price of saving others, yet determined to endure captivity with dignity. Their journey into Germany mirrored that of the French: long marches under guard, scarce food and exposure to the elements. Upon arrival in Stalags, British prisoners quickly distinguished themselves through organization, discipline, and attempts to maintain military order even behind barbed wire. Officers often tried to shield enlisted men from harsh labor details, though German authorities frequently disregarded such efforts. Rations were meager, and many relied heavily on Red Cross parcels once they began to arrive, transforming survival prospects. Letters and photographs from home became precious treasures, reminders of a world beyond fences and watchtowers. Despite hardships, British POWs were often better positioned than their Eastern counterparts, benefiting from international oversight and German concerns about reciprocal treatment. For these men, captivity was harsh but not annihilating, a grim endurance test rather than a death sentence. Daily life for Western POWs in German camps soon settled into a grinding routine punctuated by labor assignments and survival strategies. Prisoners woke to early roll calls in freezing courtyards, where any lateness could invite punishment or beatings from guards. Breakfasts were little more than thin coffee substitutes and crusts of bread, while midday meals consisted of watery soups, often stretched with unidentifiable vegetables. Work details varied. Some labored in agriculture, tending German fields and learning to barter with local farmers. Others toiled in industrial plants, repairing infrastructure or producing goods for the war effort. Camps became microcosms of resilience, where education classes, clandestine newspapers, and theatrical performances were organized to keep minds active. British POWs in particular became known for their escape attempts, tunneling under fences or disguising themselves as laborers to seek freedom. Though most were recaptured, these efforts preserved morale and embodied resistance even in confinement. For French soldiers, captivity often carried a heavier burden, as their homeland lay under German occupation and collaboration blurred lines of loyalty. Life behind the wire was never easy, but it was shaped as much by the spirit of prisoners as by the dictates of their captors. Captivity was survival, discipline, and the stubborn defense of dignity against daily erosion. The administrative systems established after the Western campaigns marked a significant expansion of German POW infrastructure. New stalags were constructed across the Reich, while existing facilities were expanded to house the influx of prisoners. Camp commandants relied on detailed record-keeping, registering each prisoner with identification tags, photographs, and documents. This bureaucracy gave the appearance of order, but shortages of housing, food, and medical supplies persisted. German authorities prioritized labor allocation, sending large groups of French POWs to farms, railways, and factories as soon as possible. British prisoners, too, were pressed into labor, though Geneva rules limited the types of work they could be compelled to perform. The demand for labor outpaced legal obligations, and pragmatic necessity often won out over strict adherence to the convention. Camp administrations worked closely with civilian firms, embedding POW labor into the wartime economy. Guards enforced discipline with varying severity, their treatment shaped by ideology, orders, or personal temperament. By late 1940, the POW system had become a permanent fixture of the German war machine, fed by the victories of the Blitzkrieg. The differences in treatment between French and British prisoners reveal much about German calculations during this period. French POWs, held in overwhelming numbers, were seen as both a burden and an opportunity for exploitation. Their labor was essential to sustaining German agriculture and industry, particularly as German men were drafted to the front lines. Some Frenchmen were released under agreements with the Vichy government, though many remained in captivity for years. British POWs, though fewer in number, carried symbolic weight as representatives of Germany's primary enemy. They were often subjected to stricter discipline, as escapes were more common, and propaganda sought to portray them as defeated, yet dangerous adversaries. Yet Red Cross access and Allied oversight ensured that British prisoners fared better than Eastern captives, receiving parcels, correspondence, and occasional inspections. This unevenness reflected the patchwork application of ideology, politics, and pragmatism within the German system. Captivity was not uniform. It was a spectrum of experiences shaped by nationality, numbers, and strategic value. For both French and British soldiers, however, it represented years of confinement, defined by hunger, labor, and the will to endure. The psychological toll of captivity was profound, especially for men who had fought in the opening battles of the war. French soldiers grappled with the humiliation of national defeat, knowing their families lived under occupation and their country divided. Some clung to hope that captivity would be short, tied to diplomatic settlements, while others resigned themselves to years of absence. British prisoners wrestled with isolation, their homeland still free but distant, their roles in the war reduced to passive endurance. Within camps, morale rose and fell with news from the outside world, often smuggled in through clandestine radios. Red Cross parcels, letters, and photographs became lifelines that kept despair at bay. Prisoners found solace in routines, sports, education, religious services, and the companionship of comrades who shared their fate. For many, the fight to maintain identity and dignity was as important as the struggle for physical survival. Captivity created invisible scars, shaping post-war lives with memories of hunger, humiliation, and camaraderie. These psychological battles were waged daily behind the barbed wire, silent but no less fierce than those on the front lines. The Western campaigns of 1940 established the German POW system on a scale previously unseen, embedding it within both military strategy and economic exploitation. French prisoners filled German farms and factories, while British captives tested the system with their resilience and resistance. Conditions varied, but hunger, labour, and uncertainty defined life behind the wire for all. The treatment of Western prisoners demonstrated Germany's ability to follow international law selectively, applying it where convenient and ignoring it where ideology dictated otherwise. These early experiences foreshadowed both the endurance of POWs and the brutality awaiting millions of others as the war expanded eastward. The fates of French and British captives reflected broader themes: pragmatism, ideology, propaganda, and survival. Their stories remind us that captivity was not uniform but fractured, shaped by nationality, politics, and the shifting fortunes of war. The Western front of captivity may not have been the most lethal, but it was formative in building the system that would soon engulf millions more. In their endurance, prisoners demonstrated the resilience of the human spirit against uncertainty and control. The Battle of France had ended, but for its captives a new battle had only just begun. When Germany launched Operation Barbarossa in June 1941, the largest invasion in history, the campaign produced not only staggering battles, but also a human catastrophe of unprecedented scale. Within the first 6 months, millions of Red Army soldiers were encircled in vast pockets and compelled to surrender, stripped of weapons and herded by German troops into makeshift holding areas. These prisoners, exhausted from combat, lacked food, water, and medical care, collapsing along the dusty roads under brutal forced marches. German guards, influenced by ideology and orders from above, showed little mercy, beating stragglers and shooting those who could not keep pace. Unlike their Western counterparts, these Soviet captives were denied even the limited protections of the Geneva Convention, as Nazi leaders claimed the USSR had never signed the treaty. Instead, they were cast as subhuman pawns in a war defined not as a clash of armies, but as a struggle for racial and ideological annihilation. Prisoners were crammed into open-air pens surrounded by barbed wire, left exposed to weather with no shelter, no sanitation, and almost no sustenance. Starvation set in quickly, with men gnawing on grass or bark in desperate attempts to survive. Disease spread unchecked, sweeping through weakened bodies and killing thousands in days. The capture of Soviet soldiers thus became an act of systematic destruction, a deliberate policy of neglect and extermination. The numbers alone reveal the magnitude of this calamity, as by early 1942, nearly 3 million Soviet prisoners of war had perished in German custody. Starvation was the primary killer, engineered through rations so meager they amounted to a death sentence. Prisoners received scraps of bread, thin watery soup, or nothing at all for days, forcing them to barter clothing, personal belongings, or even the bodies of the dead for morsels. Some camps reported mortality rates of over 50% within months, transforming them into open graves rather than places of confinement. German authorities justified this deprivation by claiming logistical impossibility, but in truth, it was deliberate policy rooted in Nazi ideology. Orders from the High Command made clear that Soviet POWs were not to be sustained like Western captives, but treated as expendable enemies whose deaths would aid Germany's war effort. Guards often encouraged brutality, forcing prisoners to perform degrading tasks for scraps of food or using them as objects of amusement. Survivors later recalled gnawing bones picked clean from garbage piles, desperate to find any trace of nourishment. In these conditions, cannibalism was whispered about in hushed tones, illustrating the depth of despair. The deliberate withholding of food weaponized hunger, turning it into an instrument of mass killing. Exposure compounded starvation, as prisoners were kept in open fields or makeshift pens through blistering summers and freezing winters. With no barracks, many huddled together in shallow dugouts or pits scraped from the ground, attempting to shield themselves from the elements. In winter, temperatures plummeted below freezing, and thousands died nightly, their stiff bodies piled in corners by morning. Clothing was often stripped from captives, either to clothe German soldiers or to deny warmth to those already weakened. Lice infestations were rampant, spreading typhus, dysentery, and other diseases unchecked, while medical care was virtually non-existent. Even wounded prisoners taken from the battlefield were abandoned without treatment, left to bleed out or succumb to infection. German policy made little distinction between the sick and the healthy, regarding both as destined for death. Those who survived often bore permanent scars, frostbite amputations, chronic weakness, and psychological trauma that haunted them long after liberation. The natural environment, when combined with deliberate neglect, became as lethal as bullets or bombs. The camps themselves, lacking shelter, water, or sanitation, embodied the collapse of civilization into barbarism. The ideological dimension of this brutality cannot be overstated, as Hitler's war against the Soviet Union was framed as a war of extermination. Nazi leaders proclaimed Bolshevism and Slavic peoples as existential threats, dehumanizing them in propaganda as vermin to be eradicated. This rhetoric shaped the treatment of Soviet POWs, who were deliberately excluded from the protections granted to Western captives. Orders explicitly permitted the execution of political commissars, with soldiers instructed to identify and shoot them on the spot. Thousands of captured commissars and suspected partisans were massacred in mass graves beside their comrades. Guards and SS units enforced this policy with ruthless efficiency, often relishing the authority it gave them over helpless prisoners. Ideology thus provided justification for cruelty, elevating neglect into a systematic program of annihilation. The Soviet POW became not a soldier entitled to respect, but a resource to be exploited until death, or a problem to be eliminated. This ideological framework blurred the line between prisoner of war camps and extermination sites, revealing the genocidal core of Nazi policy in the East. The death of millions was not an accident of war, but a feature of the strategy itself. Forced labor became another instrument of destruction, as surviving Soviet prisoners were dispatched to farms, factories, and construction sites under conditions that ensured eventual death. They were used to dig trenches, clear minefields, build roads, and work in industries essential to the German war effort. Exhausted and malnourished, they collapsed at their posts, beaten back to their feet by guards demanding productivity. Work was often designed as punishment rather than utility, with endless tasks performed in brutal weather without rest or protection. Tools were scarce, and prisoners often labored with bare hands, their bodies breaking under relentless strain. Accidents were frequent, and medical care absent, so injuries led to slow, agonizing deaths. Even those deemed useful were viewed as disposable, with replacements always arriving from new captures on the front. German firms, including major corporations, profited from this labor, embedding slavery into the economy of the Reich. The slogan of extermination through work became a grim reality for countless Soviet POWs. The labor system turned survival into a gamble, where every day lived was balanced against the certainty of eventual destruction. Executions were carried out with chilling regularity, further reducing the already staggering numbers of Soviet captives. Mass shootings occurred in forests, fields, and camp perimeters, often witnessed by fellow prisoners who were forced to bury the dead. Those accused of resistance, escape attempts, or simply being unable to work were singled out and shot without trial. German officers and guards frequently conducted selections, determining who would be spared for labor and who would be eliminated. The infamous Commissar Order formalized executions, ensuring that political officers were exterminated as carriers of Bolshevik ideology. Entire groups of prisoners were sometimes massacred in reprisals for partisan activity, blurring distinctions between combatants and civilians. In some cases, prisoners were handed over to the SS and Einsatzgruppen, who specialized in mass killings. Survivors lived under the constant shadow of arbitrary death, never knowing when their number would be called. The camp environment itself reinforced this sense of impending doom, as executions became part of daily life. Death was not only expected but normalized, stripping prisoners of hope and embedding terror into the very structure of captivity. Despite overwhelming suffering, small acts of resistance and survival flickered among the Soviet POWs. Prisoners formed clandestine networks to share scraps of food, offer comfort, and preserve fragments of humanity in dehumanizing conditions. Some attempted escapes, braving near-certain death to reach forests where partisans operated, though most were recaptured and executed. Others clung to memories of families, whispering stories and prayers to sustain morale against despair. Faith, songs, and camaraderie became weapons of survival, intangible yet powerful in preserving spirit. In some camps, prisoners sabotaged work projects or slowed production, risking punishment to undermine their captors. These acts of defiance, though small in scale, represented immense courage in the face of annihilation. Survivors often spoke of the importance of solidarity, recalling how sharing even a crust of bread could mean the difference between life and death. Yet the cost of resistance was high, with many executed for the slightest hint of defiance. The struggle to retain humanity became as important as the struggle for food or warmth. In the darkest corners of captivity, the will to resist illuminated the resilience of the human spirit. The fate of Soviet prisoners of war stands as one of the greatest tragedies of World War II, a catastrophe measured not only in numbers, but in deliberate cruelty. Nearly 3 million men perished in captivity, their deaths the result of policy as much as battlefield misfortune. Their treatment revealed the genocidal intent at the core of Hitler's war in the East, where ideology overrode legality and humanity. These men were soldiers captured under arms, yet stripped of all rights, dignity, and protections. Their lives were extinguished not because they posed a threat, but because they embodied a race and ideology marked for destruction. For those who survived, memories of hunger, exposure, forced labor, and death became lifelong scars. The suffering of Soviet POWs underscores the failure of international law when confronted with totalitarian contempt. It also highlights the moral abyss into which war can descend when humanity is denied to the enemy. Their story is not a footnote but a central chapter in the history of Nazi crimes, demanding remembrance. In their fate we see both the depths of cruelty and the cost of ideological warfare waged without restraint. As the German POW system expanded across occupied Europe, two distinct types of camps emerged, each designed to hold different categories of prisoners. For enlisted men, there were the Stalags, short for Stammlager, which housed the rank and file captured in vast numbers during the campaigns. For officers, the Germans created Oflags, or Offizierslager, smaller facilities meant to contain those with higher status, training, and influence. The separation was in part an attempt to comply with the Geneva Convention, which specified that officers could not be compelled to perform manual labor. It also reflected Germany's own military traditions, where officer corps were treated with a measure of respect despite being enemies. The physical layout of Stalags and Oflags reflected these distinctions, with enlisted men crammed into barracks, while officers lived in comparatively cleaner, though still confined, quarters. Stalags often sprawled into large compounds with barbed wire perimeters, watchtowers, and fields for labor details. Oflags tended to be smaller, sometimes housed in old castles, schools, or repurposed military bases, giving them an appearance of civility that belied the hardship within. This division between the two camp systems symbolized both the hierarchy of captivity and the uneven realities of life as a prisoner of war in Nazi Germany. The typical Stalag was a sprawling utilitarian installation designed to hold thousands of men under strict surveillance. Rows of wooden barracks lined muddy courtyards, each packed with bunks that forced men to sleep shoulder to shoulder, often without adequate bedding. Latrines were little more than open pits or crude wooden structures, and sanitation lagged far behind the needs of the population. Watchtowers rose above the fences, manned by guards armed with machine guns who patrolled with orders to shoot escapees on sight. The fences themselves were strung with barbed wire, sometimes double-layered, creating an atmosphere of constant entrapment. Prisoners were mustered for daily roll calls, known as a POW, regardless of weather, often forced to stand for hours while guards checked numbers. Food in Stalags was inadequate, dependent on German rations supplemented by occasional Red Cross parcels. Enlisted men were regularly dispatched for forced labor, working in agriculture, factories, or construction under harsh supervision. Overcrowding was endemic, with populations sometimes swelling beyond capacity after new captures from frontline battles. The Stalag system was thus both a warehouse for human beings and a reservoir of labor feeding the German war economy. In contrast, Oflags were smaller in scale, but carried their own hardships, reflecting Germany's approach to enemy officer corps. Officers, considered valuable either for propaganda or potential exchanges, were generally exempt from forced labor, and instead spent their captivity under stricter surveillance of their intellectual and organizational activities. Oflag prisoners often lived in converted castles, schools, or military buildings, which at first glance seemed more tolerable than the crude barracks of Stalags. Yet these facilities were still ringed with barbed wire, guarded by towers, and strictly regimented by roll calls and inspections. Food remained meager, though officers sometimes organized mess halls to pool resources and create a semblance of order. With time on their hands, officers established clandestine schools, lectures, and cultural programs, teaching one another languages, sciences, and history. Escape attempts were frequent, as officers saw it as their duty to resist captivity, leading to famous tunneling operations and ingenious disguises. German guards monitored these efforts closely, and punishments for failed escapes included solitary confinement or transfers to stricter camps. Despite the relative privileges compared to Stalags, life in an Oflag was a test of endurance, discipline, and the ability to maintain identity under confinement. Officers denied the battlefield, waged their own war behind the wire. The physical layout of both Stalags and Oflags was designed with control as the central principle. At the perimeter, fences and watchtowers formed the first line of security, ensuring constant surveillance of the compound. Inside, the arrangement of barracks, administrative buildings, kitchens, and infirmaries reflected a militarized order that imposed predictability and discipline on captive populations. Guard barracks were positioned near the entrances, with searchlights illuminating the camp at night to deter escapes. In Stalags, open parade grounds were used for roll calls, punishments, and displays of authority. Barracks were cramped, heated by small stoves if fuel was available, and filled with the noise of coughing, whispers, and snores of hundreds of men packed together. In Oflags, rooms were often shared by small groups of officers, with desks and chairs allowing for organized study or planning. Medical facilities, when present, were rudimentary, staffed by prisoner doctors who had little access to supplies. Kitchens produced watery soups, bread substitutes, and occasionally potatoes, though hunger remained a constant companion. The environment of both camp types was carefully designed to control movement, suppress resistance, and reduce men to numbers within a bureaucratic machine. The routines of daily life in stalags revealed the stark difference between enlisted men and officers. Enlisted prisoners in stalags were roused early each morning, marched to roll call, and then divided into labor detachments. They often left the camp to work in fields, factories, or mines, guarded by soldiers who enforced discipline with threats and violence. These work details lasted long hours, with prisoners returning exhausted to barracks in the evening, their rations scarcely enough to replace the energy lost. In contrast, officers in Oflags faced no such obligations, though boredom and inactivity became their greatest enemies. Time was filled with lectures, games, and the planning of escapes, which became almost ritualized acts of defiance. The officers' environment allowed for intellectual activity, but left them isolated from the practical labor of survival. For both groups, letters from home provided a fragile lifeline, subject to censorship, but deeply cherished as reminders of family and freedom. Red Cross parcels played a crucial role in sustaining morale, supplementing meager rations, and allowing for occasional shared meals that broke the monotony. In this way, the rhythms of captivity diverged sharply, shaped by status yet united by deprivation and the longing for release. The German authorities maintained detailed bureaucratic oversight of both Stalags and Oflags, demonstrating the role of captivity in the Reich's war machine. Registration offices recorded each prisoner's name, rank, nationality, and camp assignment, creating files that tracked movements across the system. Camp commandants enforced strict rules, with punishments for infractions ranging from reduced rations to solitary confinement. Inspections were regular, designed to ensure order and suppress resistance, though often more symbolic than practical. In Stalags, labor deployment was meticulously planned, with civilian firms and agricultural estates requesting prisoners for their needs. Oflags, while exempt from such labor, remained under constant observation for political activity or escape planning. German officers walked a fine line between adhering to Geneva regulations for Western prisoners and disregarding them entirely for others, especially on the Eastern Front. The bureaucracy gave the appearance of efficiency, but often masked shortages, corruption, and abuse at the local level. Prisoners came to understand the rhythms of this system, learning how to bend rules or exploit loopholes to survive. The interplay of strict order and practical neglect defined the experience of life in both Stalags and Oflags. The psychological environments of Stalags and Oflags differed but carried common themes of endurance and adaptation. In Stalags, enlisted men struggled to preserve dignity while enduring labor, hunger, and overcrowding, forming bonds of solidarity that became lifelines in a hostile world. Camaraderie often developed around shared suffering, as men pooled food, clothing, and strength to keep one another alive. In Oflags, officers preserved identity through intellectual pursuits, military discipline, and the collective duty to resist. Escape attempts became morale-boosting efforts, even when doomed to failure, symbolizing continued defiance against the captors. Both types of camps fostered underground cultures, secret radios, coded messages, and improvised educational programs that sustained the will to survive. Yet the constant presence of barbed wire, guards, and the daily humiliation of dependency eroded spirits over time. The monotony of captivity weighed heavily, with days blending into weeks, months, and years of confinement. Some prisoners turned to religion, others to art as outlets for their inner turmoil. Whether in the labor-focused world of Stalags or the intellectual resistance of Oflags, captivity was as much a mental struggle as a physical one. Stalags and Oflags thus embodied the duality of the German POW system, reflecting both the regime's adherence to international norms when convenient and its exploitation of captives for economic and ideological purposes. Enlisted men, reduced to labourers, endured back-breaking work, hunger and exposure, their lives commodified by the demands of war. Officers spared from physical labour, battled instead with idleness, constant surveillance, and the duty to maintain morale and resist. Both lived within a system of strict organisation and pervasive neglect, where bureaucracy coexisted with brutality. The physical structures of these camps, barbed wire, barracks, towers, and roll calls, became symbols of confinement etched into memory. Yet within those fences, prisoners carved out microcosms of survival, building communities, teaching each other, and plotting escapes that reaffirmed their humanity. The distinction between Stalags and Oflags was real, but both revealed the ways in which war stripped men of freedom and forced them to adapt. Their stories illuminate not only the machinery of captivity, but also the resilience of those who endured it. The architecture of these camps was not merely physical, it was psychological, embedding captivity deep into the lives of millions across Europe. Life behind the barbed wire of German POW camps unfolded in a rhythm that was both monotonous and oppressive, a cycle dictated by guards, routines, and the absence of freedom. Prisoners were woken at dawn by whistles, shouts, or the clanging of metal, forced to line up immediately for the daily appel, the mandatory roll call. Standing for hours in rain, snow, or blistering heat, they were counted again and again, sometimes punished if numbers did not match or if confusion arose. This ritual served not only administrative purposes, but also psychological control, a constant reminder of captivity. After roll call, prisoners returned to barracks to collect their meagre rations, black bread, thin soup, or ersatz coffee made from roasted grains. Hunger became a defining feature of camp life, gnawing at bodies already weakened by labor or confinement. Work details left the camp gates, carrying men to factories, farms, or construction sites under the watch of armed guards. Those who remained inside cleaned barracks, repaired clothing, or simply endured the boredom of another endless day. Evenings brought another roll call before prisoners returned to overcrowded bunks, where lice, dampness, and the stench of unwashed bodies pervaded the air. The cycle repeated with numbing regularity, stripping time of meaning and reducing days to a blur of survival. Food was perhaps the greatest preoccupation of prisoners, as rations were deliberately inadequate to sustain health and strength. German-issued meals often amounted to little more than 1,000 to 1,500 calories per day, far below the needs of working men. A typical ration consisted of a small piece of bread, often mixed with sawdust or fillers, accompanied by watery cabbage or turnip soup. Occasionally a slice of horse meat or a spoonful of margarine supplemented the diet, but malnutrition remained constant. For Western prisoners, parcels from the International Red Cross provided relief, delivering tins of corned beef, powdered milk, chocolate, or cigarettes. These items became currency within the camp, traded, hoarded, or shared to boost morale and stave off starvation. Soviet POWs, however, were denied such support, forced to subsist entirely on inadequate German rations, leading to widespread emaciation and death. Prisoners learned to improvise, stretching meager supplies, boiling weeds or potato peels to add bulk to meals. Hunger dominated conversations, filled diaries, and shaped the very rhythm of camp life. To think about food, to dream of meals from home, became a coping mechanism as much as a reminder of deprivation. Medical care in the camps was rudimentary at best, neglectful and deliberately cruel at worst. Barrack infirmaries were staffed by prisoner doctors or medics, often skilled men denied the tools and medicines to treat their patients. Supplies were scarce, bandages washed and reused, painkillers virtually non-existent, antibiotics unavailable. As a result, minor wounds often became fatal, infections spreading rapidly through overcrowded barracks. Diseases such as dysentery, tuberculosis, typhus, and pneumonia ran rampant, carried by lice, poor sanitation, and weakened immune systems. Prisoners suffering from chronic illness or serious injuries were often left untreated, their slow decline a common sight for fellow captives. In some camps, the sick were deliberately segregated into death barracks, where they languished until they succumbed. Western prisoners occasionally received Red Cross medical parcels, easing conditions slightly, while Soviet captives were abandoned almost entirely. The result was an environment where illness claimed thousands, compounding hunger and exhaustion. For many, the infirmary was not a place of healing, but a waiting room for death. Punishment loomed constantly over the daily lives of prisoners, enforced by guards determined to maintain order through fear. Infractions, whether real or imagined, were met with harsh retribution, beatings, solitary confinement, or reductions in already meager rations. Solitary cells were dark, cold, and damp, leaving prisoners weakened and disoriented after days or weeks in isolation. Roll calls were sometimes extended as collective punishment, forcing entire groups to stand motionless for hours in rain or snow. Escape attempts brought the most severe reprisals, including immediate execution of those caught or collective punishment for their comrades. Some camps carried out public hangings or shootings as warnings, staging spectacles meant to crush the spirit of resistance. Even small acts such as stealing extra food or possessing contraband carried disproportionate consequences. Guards wielded near total authority, their whims shaping the fates of prisoners in arbitrary and brutal ways. Yet despite the threat of punishment, prisoners continued to resist in subtle forms, through humor, defiance, or clandestine planning. The presence of violence hung over every day, reinforcing the message that survival depended on submission. Coping mechanisms became essential tools for psychological survival, allowing men to endure conditions designed to break them. Prisoners formed close-knit groups, sharing food, clothing, and emotional support in acts of solidarity that countered the isolation of captivity. Cultural life thrived in surprising ways. Plays, musical performances, and lectures were organized in barracks, creating brief escapes from the monotony. Improvised instruments, handwritten newsletters, and secret libraries gave prisoners outlets for creativity and intellect. Sports and games, often played with makeshift equipment, restored a sense of normalcy and camaraderie. Escape planning itself became a form of coping, even when attempts failed, offering men a sense of agency in a world of confinement. Religion provided solace for some, with clandestine services or private prayers reinforcing hope and spiritual endurance. Humor, often dark and self-deprecating, circulated widely, mocking guards and conditions as a means of reclaiming dignity. For many, simply focusing on the possibility of liberation kept despair at bay. These coping mechanisms transformed captivity from passive endurance into active survival. Escape attempts represented one of the most daring aspects of life behind barbed wire, simultaneously an act of desperation and defiance. Tunnels were dug beneath barracks with spoons and hidden tools, reinforced with stolen wood, and camouflaged with elaborate disguises. Prisoners forged documents, crafted civilian clothes from blankets, and studied maps, in preparation for their flights to freedom. Guards remained vigilant, but ingenuity often outpaced vigilance, resulting in both successful escapes and tragic failures. The odds of survival outside the camp were slim, especially deep within German-held territory, yet attempts persisted as moral imperatives. For officers in Oflags, escapes were seen as duty, tied to the code of military honor. In Stalags, enlisted men viewed them as risks worth taking, to avoid starvation or forced labor. Punishments for failed attempts were brutal, but the very act of trying sustained morale. Tales of escape became legendary within camps, inspiring others to keep resisting captivity. Behind the wire, the dream of freedom was never extinguished. For those unable or unwilling to escape, time became the enemy, stretching endlessly in a haze of repetition. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years, with the calendar marked only by occasional news from the outside world. Letters from home, heavily censored by German authorities, arrived sporadically and were treasured beyond measure. These fragments of family life provided hope but also sharpened the pain of separation. Photographs and keepsakes became lifelines, symbols of a world waiting beyond the fences. Prisoners marked holidays with improvised ceremonies, carving Christmas trees from wood scraps, or staging plays to mimic celebrations. The passage of time was endured through imagination, dreams, and the hope of return. Yet despair remained a constant shadow, and suicides were not uncommon among those who could no longer bear the endless confinement. The monotony itself became a form of torture, draining willpower day by day. In such conditions, survival required a discipline of the mind as much as of the body. Ultimately, life behind barbed wire was defined by the tension between oppression and resilience, between the machinery of captivity and the ingenuity of survival. The routines of roll calls, hunger, labor, and punishment formed the skeleton of camp existence, but prisoners fleshed this structure with acts of humanity. Within cramped barracks and under the shadow of guard towers, men built communities, forged friendships, and clung to identity in defiance of dehumanization. The daily struggle to find food, fight disease, and endure monotony revealed both the fragility and strength of the human condition. For many, captivity left scars that lasted a lifetime, memories of hunger, humiliation, and endless waiting. Yet these same experiences also produce stories of courage, solidarity, and extraordinary resilience. Life behind barbed wire was not merely about survival, but about the assertion of dignity against overwhelming odds. In these camps, humanity was tested daily, and in countless small acts it endured. The story of captivity is thus not only one of suffering, but also of spirit etched forever into the history of war. From the earliest months of the Second World War, German authorities saw prisoners of war not only as captives, but also as a vital workforce to sustain the Reich's war economy. The Geneva Convention of 1929 allowed the use of enlisted POWs in certain categories of labor, provided conditions were humane, and assignments were not directly connected to combat. Yet in practice, these regulations were often ignored, twisted, or selectively applied, depending on the nationality of the prisoner and the urgency of German needs. By 1940, with millions of POWs flooding into camps from Poland, France, and later Britain, the question of employment became a matter of survival for the German war machine. Agricultural fields, factories, and construction sites began to fill with uniformed captives under guard, their strength harnessed for the Reich's ambitions. This transformation blurred the line between lawful labor and outright forced servitude, as rules meant to protect the powerless were systematically eroded. The treatment of Soviet prisoners revealed the extreme end of this exploitation, as ideology stripped them of even the pretense of rights. German labor offices coordinated with the SS and camp commandants, turning barbed wire compounds into reservoirs of manpower. What began as a wartime necessity evolved into an industrialized system of coerced labor on a continental scale. Agriculture became one of the most common destinations for POW labor, especially as German farmers saw their sons drafted into the Wehrmacht. Across rural Germany and occupied territories, columns of prisoners were marched out each morning to harvest wheat, dig potatoes, and tend livestock. Farmers often relied heavily on these men, treating them with varying degrees of humanity, depending on personal attitudes and official propaganda. For French and Belgian prisoners, agricultural work could sometimes mean relatively tolerable conditions, with fresh air, occasional extra food, and less oppressive oversight than factory labor. However, even in the fields, prisoners were constantly under watch, forced to toil from dawn to dusk, with little rest. Hunger was a constant, and farmers were forbidden to share extra produce, though some quietly defied regulations out of pity. Soviet prisoners, by contrast, were often deliberately starved, their labor extracted with no concern for survival, reducing them to skeletal shadows as they worked. Seasonal demands dictated the intensity of labor, with harvest periods bringing relentless schedules. Farms became extensions of captivity, the landscape itself transformed into a prison without walls. In this way, POWs became critical to sustaining the very breadbasket of the German war effort. Industry absorbed another vast portion of POW labor, feeding Germany's insatiable demand for weapons, ammunition, and machinery. Factories across the Reich contracted prisoners through arrangements with the Wehrmacht, paying fees to the state for access to this coerced workforce. Men were set to work at furnaces, assembly lines, and workshops, often without training or safety measures. Accidents were common, injuries frequent, and medical treatment minimal, leaving many prisoners permanently disabled. Heavy industries like Krupp and Siemens became notorious for their use of POW labor, embedding captivity into the machinery of war production. For the prisoners themselves, factory work meant exhausting shifts in sweltering or freezing conditions, with guards ensuring relentless productivity. Breaks were rare, meals inadequate, and discipline brutal for those unable to meet quotas. Soviet and Polish captives deemed racially inferior were often worked to death in these industrial settings. Western prisoners sometimes fared slightly better, but the expectation of unending toil eroded morale even among them. Factories thus became another battlefield, where survival depended on strength, luck, and the small solidarities forged among fellow laborers. Construction projects offered yet another outlet for forced POW labor, as the Nazi regime pursued vast infrastructure and military fortifications. From building roads and railways to working on the Atlantic Wall defenses along occupied coasts, prisoners found themselves hauling stones, mixing cement, and laying bricks under harsh supervision. Conditions on these sites were especially brutal, as men labored outdoors in all weather, often without adequate clothing or shelter. Injuries from collapsing scaffolds, falling debris, or sheer exhaustion were frequent, with little medical aid provided. The scale of these projects demonstrated the regime's reliance on coerced manpower, turning POWs into the builders of Hitler's fortresses. Barracks near construction zones were often little more than shacks, with men returning at night soaked, filthy, and starved. Escape attempts were common in these open environments, but the risks of recapture and execution remained high. For the German authorities, the labor extracted from POWs was measured not in human dignity, but in kilometers of road or tons of concrete poured. For the prisoners, each day was a struggle to endure tasks that seemed endless and crushing. Construction sites thus stood as grim monuments to both German ambition and prisoner suffering. The legal versus illegal use of POW labor became one of the most glaring contradictions of the German camp system. According to international law, prisoners could not be forced to work in industries directly connected to the war effort, nor could officers be compelled to labor at all. Yet the Reich consistently ignored these provisions, assigning prisoners to munitions factories, aircraft production lines, and fortification projects directly tied to combat. The Geneva Convention's protections became paper barriers easily discarded when ideology or necessity intervened. German propaganda sought to mask these violations, portraying labor as rehabilitation or duty, but prisoners experienced it as exploitation and degradation. The distinction between lawful and unlawful employment collapsed in practice, particularly for Eastern prisoners, whose status as POWs was denied altogether. For Western captives, Red Cross oversight occasionally curtailed the most blatant abuses, but even they were often pushed into prohibited tasks. The Reich's disregard for legality reflected its broader contempt for international norms when they clashed with its goals. Forced labor thus became both a crime against individuals and a symptom of a regime that weaponized work as a tool of domination. Within the labor system, hierarchies emerged that reflected both nationality and perceived usefulness. German overseers often favored Western Allied prisoners with slightly better rations or lighter tasks, while Slavic captives were consigned to the most grueling and dangerous work. This hierarchy was not accidental, but rooted in Nazi racial ideology, which graded prisoners according to their supposed worth. For many Soviet soldiers, labor assignments amounted to slow execution, with starvation diets ensuring that survival was almost impossible. Meanwhile, officers exempt from labor in Oflags found themselves watching their enlisted comrades suffer, a division that created tension but also reinforced the class structures of military life. Prisoners themselves created informal hierarchies within work detachments, with stronger men helping weaker ones or hoarding resources depending on character. Relationships with civilian workers varied, ranging from hostility to sympathy, with some Germans quietly offering kindness despite official prohibitions. The stratification of labor revealed how deeply captivity was entangled with questions of ideology, utility, and survival. In this hierarchy of suffering, one's nationality or status could determine life or death. Despite the cruelty, POW labor became essential to sustaining the German war economy as manpower shortages grew more acute. By 1943, millions of German men were serving on the front lines, leaving agriculture, industry, and infrastructure dangerously understaffed. POWs filled these gaps, providing a hidden army of coerced workers that underpinned the Reich's survival. The reliance on prisoners exposed both the strengths and vulnerabilities of the German system. It gained resources in the short term, but undermined its moral and legal standing in the long term. Productivity was never as high as hoped, as malnutrition and sabotage reduced efficiency. Prisoners often deliberately slowed work, damaged equipment, or produced shoddy results, acts of quiet resistance against their oppressors. German desperation ensured that even such reduced output was tolerated, as there were few alternatives. Labor thus became a double-edged sword, empowering the German economy while also fostering resentment and defiance among captives. The system's very existence testified to the scale of exploitation that had become normalized within the machinery of war. The story of POW labor under the Nazis is one of legality twisted into illegality, necessity transformed into exploitation, and survival intertwined with suffering. Agriculture, industry, and construction all bore the imprint of coerced manpower, fields tilled and factories powered by men stripped of their freedom. For the prisoners, labor was not merely toil, but a battle for endurance, where every hour of work was also an act of resistance against despair. The line between permitted and forbidden tasks blurred until it disappeared altogether, revealing the true priorities of the Reich. Behind each kilometer of railway or ton of steel lay the sweat, hunger, and broken bodies of captives pressed into service. Yet within this bleak system, prisoners still found ways to resist through sabotage, solidarity, or simply the will to endure another day. The legacy of forced labor remains one of the most damning aspects of German POW camps, a testament to how war corrodes law and humanity alike. Captivity became not only confinement but also exploitation, embedding suffering into the very fabric of the Reich's economy. In this dark chapter, the fields and factories of Europe became silent witnesses to the enslavement of millions. The dream of escape pulsed constantly in the minds of prisoners, a fragile yet powerful antidote to the monotony of captivity. Behind the barbed wire, escape was more than a military duty. It was a way to reclaim dignity, defy the enemy, and prove that captivity did not erase agency. Planning an escape began with whispered conversations in darkened barracks, where trusted comrades weighed risks and shared ideas. Every detail had to be considered: the geography of the camp, guard routines, the availability of tools, and the dangers beyond the wire. Failure meant brutal punishment or even death, but the possibility of freedom ignited determination that overcame fear. Escape was not merely about slipping past guards. It required strategy, patience, and the coordination of dozens of men working in secrecy. The presence of multiple languages and nationalities in camps often aided these plans, as prisoners brought diverse skills from engineering to artistry. The culture of resistance infused daily life, turning routine acts, counting paces, observing watchtowers, mapping terrain, into elements of rebellion. Escape attempts, even unsuccessful, boosted morale by showing that defiance was possible. In the struggle between captor and captive, every tunnel, disguise, or forged document was a battlefield of ingenuity. Tunneling became one of the most iconic methods of escape, demanding extraordinary patience and resourcefulness. Prisoners dug beneath barracks floors, latrines, or vegetable gardens, hiding entrances with trapdoors camouflaged by dirt or planks. Spoil disposal. The problem of concealing tons of excavated soil required creativity, with dirt scattered discreetly in gardens, sewn into trouser legs, or dumped during outdoor assemblies. The tunnels themselves were reinforced with bedboards, pilfered wood, or stolen tin cans hammered flat into makeshift supports. Air supply was maintained with improvised bellows, crafted from socks, boards, and waxed paper, to pump oxygen underground. Lighting was cobbled together from stolen wiring and scavenged bulbs, illuminating the claustrophobic passages. These tunnels stretched dozens of meters, often beneath barbed wire and past guard towers, before surfacing beyond the camp perimeter. Collapse, flooding, or discovery by guards were constant threats, and each dig demanded secrecy among hundreds of watchful eyes. When tunnels succeeded, they symbolized a triumph of determination over confinement, offering not just freedom but a powerful moral victory. Each spadeful of earth removed was an act of defiance, a declaration that walls and wire could never completely imprison the human will. Disguises and impersonations provided another pathway to freedom, exploiting the chaos of war and the inattentiveness of guards. Prisoners crafted uniforms from blankets, dyed with coffee or soot to mimic German attire. Civilian clothes were sewn from scavenged fabric, sometimes made to resemble local workers or railway employees. Forged armbands and insignias were meticulously painted on cardboard, while false identity papers were produced with stamps carved from potatoes or wood. Some escapes relied on boldness, walking out of the gate dressed as a German officer or laborer, carrying forged documents that looked convincing under casual inspection. Language skills proved invaluable, with multilingual prisoners able to mimic accents and issue commands. Others exploited guard routines, timing their exits during chaotic roll calls, or using distraction tactics to slip unnoticed through open gates. Such daring required nerves of steel, as one misstep, a poorly sewn button, or an incorrect phrase in German could expose the ruse. Disguises highlighted the creativity of prisoners who turned scraps into tools of liberation. Each successful impersonation reminded both captors and captives that imagination could transform captivity into opportunity. Forgery became the hidden backbone of many escape operations, with clandestine forgery departments emerging inside camps. Skilled artists and printers among the prisoners crafted documents that replicated German passes, work permits, and train tickets. Stamps were carved from wood or rubber, ink concocted from boot polish or soot mixed with water, and papers aged by rubbing them with dirt or tea. Maps were painstakingly drawn from memory, smuggled scraps of newspapers, or aerial photographs hidden in Red Cross parcels. Currency was sometimes forged to buy food or bribe civilians outside the camp, though possession of such items risked immediate execution. Forgers worked in secrecy, their workshops concealed beneath floorboards or behind false walls, protected by networks of lookouts. Their products became the invisible keys to freedom, essential for any prisoner hoping to blend into occupied Europe. The danger of exposure was immense, as discovery meant brutal reprisals and the destruction of entire networks. Yet the dedication to forgery symbolized the intellectual war waged behind the wire, where precision and craft could outwit armed guards. These underground operations were as daring as the escapes themselves, sustaining a culture of resistance through ingenuity. Among the countless escape attempts of World War II, none achieved greater fame than the mass breakout from Stalag Luft in March 1944. Later immortalized as the Great Escape, over 600 Allied airmen participated in planning the operation, which involved the construction of 3 elaborate tunnels nicknamed Tom, Dick, and Harry. Using bedboards as tunnel supports, tin cans as ventilation ducts, and stolen electrical wiring for lighting, prisoners engineered a subterranean network worthy of professional miners. Soil disposal became a daily ritual, with penguins carrying bags of sand in their trouser legs to scatter inconspicuously in the camp yard. Forgers, tailors, and linguists contributed documents, clothing, and training to prepare escapees for life beyond the wire. On the night of March 24th, 1944, 76 men slipped out through Harry, disappearing into the forests beyond the camp. German guards eventually discovered the tunnel, halting further escapes, but the attempt had already shaken Nazi confidence. The aftermath was grim. 73 men were recaptured, and 50 were executed on Hitler's orders, in one of the war's most notorious war crimes. Yet despite its tragic ending, the Great Escape became a symbol of Allied courage and ingenuity, inspiring generations to come. Smaller escapes, though less famous, were equally daring and significant in the broader narrative of resistance. Some prisoners managed to stow away on supply trucks, hiding under tarps or among crates, slipping into the world beyond the camp. Others used athletic events as cover, sprinting from football matches toward wooded areas before guards could react. Winter provided opportunities for escape across frozen rivers, while summer offered cover in dense forests and fields. A few daring souls even constructed gliders from stolen materials, hoping to soar over the barbed wire, though most such attempts remained unfinished dreams. Success was rare, but even failed escapes mattered, for they tied down German resources and forced guards to remain vigilant. Each attempt represented a refusal to accept passive captivity, keeping alive the spirit of resistance. Successful escapes who reached Allied lines often returned with valuable intelligence about German defences and camp conditions. Their stories inspired comrades left behind, proving that freedom, while difficult, was not impossible. These smaller acts, scattered across dozens of camps, collectively embodied the resilience of prisoners determined never to surrender. Resistance within the camps was not limited to escape attempts, but also included sabotage, defiance, and subversion of German authority. Prisoners deliberately worked slowly in factories, damaged machinery, or spoiled production lines, undermining the very war machine that exploited them. Secret radios were built from scavenged parts, hidden in barracks, and used to pick up BBC broadcasts, keeping morale alive with news of Allied victories. Prisoner committees organized strikes or refusals when conditions became unbearable, forcing camp authorities into negotiation. Education classes, cultural activities, and religious services also became forms of resistance, asserting identity and dignity against attempts at dehumanization. Humor too served as rebellion, with prisoners mocking guards in plays, cartoons, or underground newsletters. Acts of solidarity, sharing food, protecting the weak, and refusing to betray escape plans, demonstrated collective defiance. Even under the threat of brutal reprisals, men found ways to resist both passively and actively. The camps thus became not just sites of oppression, but also of struggle, where resistance thrived in countless quiet forms. These efforts remind us that captivity never extinguished the will to fight back. Escape and resistance were threads woven deeply into the fabric of POW life, transforming captivity into an ongoing contest of will. The ingenuity of tunneling, disguises, and forgery revealed the determination of men who refused to be defined by barbed wire. Famous escapes like Stalag Luft 3 stood alongside countless lesser-known attempts, each contributing to a culture of defiance that sustained morale. Even when plans failed, the mere act of trying reminded prisoners that they still possessed agency and courage. Resistance extended beyond physical escapes, encompassing sabotage, education, and solidarity that asserted humanity against cruelty. The risks were immense, and many paid with their lives, but their stories endure as testaments to resilience. Behind the fences, men created an invisible battlefield, one fought with cunning, unity, and imagination. These acts of defiance undermined German authority and kept alive the spirit of freedom even in the darkest conditions. The legacy of escape attempts and resistance lies not only in the numbers who fled, but in the spirit that refused surrender. Within the barbed wire world, freedom lived on in the determination never to stop fighting. From the moment prisoners of war were captured on the battlefield, their value extended far beyond the labor they could provide. They became repositories of intelligence. German authorities recognized that each soldier carried with him secrets about unit strength, supply lines, morale, and future plans that could be extracted with the right methods. The interrogation process often began within hours of capture, before prisoners had adjusted to their new reality. Exhausted, hungry, and sometimes wounded, men were vulnerable to questioning designed to exploit their physical and psychological weakness. German intelligence officers, trained in subtle psychological tactics, sought to extract information without appearing overtly brutal, presenting themselves as conversational rather than threatening. Yet behind the facade of civility lay a calculated strategy that turned fatigue and fear into tools of manipulation. Prisoners were often isolated, deprived of companionship, and subjected to long hours of questioning that wore down their resolve. The goal was rarely to obtain grand secrets, but rather small details that, when pieced together, could form a larger picture. The process was clinical in design, targeting the humanity of soldiers caught in a system beyond their control. In this way, interrogation became another battlefield, fought with words rather than weapons. German intelligence units, particularly the Abwehr and later the RSHR, established formal procedures for handling captured soldiers. Standard interrogations began with basic questions: name, rank, and serial number, information prisoners were legally obliged to give under the Geneva Convention. But the true aim was to push beyond these limits, to lure men into revealing details about their divisions, weapons, and logistical structures. Officers used a range of tactics, from pretending to already know the answers to offering cigarettes, food, or even a softer bed as inducements. Some interrogators played the role of the good cop, showing sympathy and understanding, while others created an atmosphere of menace, reminding prisoners of their powerlessness. The most effective officers combined charm with intimidation, shifting between kindness and cruelty to unbalance their captives. Questioning often drew on intelligence gathered from documents, maps, or intercepted radio transmissions, allowing interrogators to catch inconsistencies and press for clarification. The sophistication of these methods reflected Germany's long tradition of military intelligence, adapted for the unique conditions of total war. Each captured soldier became a potential thread in the vast web of information woven by the Reich. This system ensured that interrogation remained a central feature of POW life, shaping experiences from the first day of captivity. Propaganda became another instrument in the arsenal of interrogation, woven seamlessly into the questioning process. German interrogators often presented prisoners with carefully crafted newspapers, radio broadcasts, or fabricated letters, suggesting that their side was losing the war. These messages aimed to weaken morale, sow doubt, and coax captives into speaking more freely. Some were shown films depicting supposed Allied defeats or German advances, reinforcing the illusion of inevitable Axis victory. Others were told that cooperation would shorten their captivity, earn privileges, or even allow correspondence with their families. By manipulating hope and fear, propaganda operated as a silent partner to interrogation, eroding the mental defenses of weary prisoners. The Germans also exploited divisions among nationalities, suggesting that certain Allied nations had betrayed others, planting seeds of mistrust. While many prisoners resisted, the constant exposure to propaganda created an environment where truth and lies blurred, complicating the battle for psychological endurance. Captivity became not only physical confinement, but also a daily war of ideas fought in the minds of men. Propaganda's presence in interrogation underscored how words could cut as deeply as weapons. Psychological pressure was applied with calculated precision, often more devastating than physical abuse. Prisoners were kept in isolation cells, deprived of human contact, and subjected to relentless silence, broken only by the questions of their captors. The absence of companionship created a profound loneliness that chipped away at morale. Sleep deprivation was another common tactic, with lights left on through the night, or guards waking prisoners at irregular intervals to keep them disoriented. Hunger and thirst added to the strain, with interrogators controlling the distribution of food as a bargaining tool. Prisoners who resisted too strongly could be threatened with transfer to harsher camps, or accused of espionage, crimes that carried severe consequences. Interrogators also played on emotions, reminding men of families left behind, implying they might never see them again unless they cooperated. For many captives, the weight of these pressures proved harder to bear than physical pain. The battle within the mind became the most dangerous front, where surrender meant betraying comrades and duty. In this psychological war, silence became both shield and weapon, protecting men from themselves and their interrogators. Not all interrogations relied on deception or psychological tricks. Some employed direct brutality. Prisoners, especially those from the Soviet Union, often faced beatings, torture, and mock executions designed to terrify them into submission. The ideological war against Bolshevism stripped Soviet soldiers of Geneva Convention protections, reducing them to targets for unrestrained cruelty. Harsh methods extended beyond Soviets, as even Western prisoners could face violence if suspected of possessing valuable intelligence or attempting escape. Physical pain was coupled with humiliation, as captors sought not only to extract information, but also to break the spirit of their victims. Punishments for silence could include solitary confinement, starvation, or forced labor in the harshest conditions. These brutal practices stood in stark contrast to the more refined approaches used in other camps, revealing the inconsistent application of interrogation policies across the Reich. Violence often yielded unreliable results, as prisoners, desperate to end their suffering, fabricated stories or provided false leads. Yet the cruelty itself served a purpose. It instilled fear among the wider prisoner population, reminding them of the costs of resistance. Interrogation by force became another manifestation of the broader brutality of the Nazi system. Despite these pressures, prisoners developed their own strategies of resistance, rooted in military training and sheer determination. Allied soldiers were instructed to provide only name, rank, and serial number, repeating these details as a mantra to resist further probing. Some deliberately gave misleading information, inventing unit names or supply figures to confuse their captors. Others used humor or feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand questions or giving absurd answers to frustrate interrogators. Prisoners also supported one another, sharing advice on how to endure questioning and bolstering morale through solidarity. Those who resisted interrogation became heroes within the camp community, symbols of strength against overwhelming odds. Escape committees and underground networks often relied on the silence of these men to protect their operations. In resisting interrogation, POWs asserted control over at least one aspect of their captivity, reclaiming a measure of agency. Silence, deception, and endurance turned the tables, making interrogators uncertain of what was truth and what was fabrication. The struggle over information thus became a contest of wits, where resilience mattered as much as cunning. Intelligence gained from interrogations played a significant role in the broader German war effort, influencing strategies on both fronts. Small details such as unit insignias, marching songs, or supply shortages were compiled into reports that helped the Wehrmacht understand Allied movements. Captured pilots provided insights into aircraft performance, fuel usage, and bombing tactics. Prisoners taken during major campaigns such as in France, North Africa, or the Eastern Front contributed to the intelligence mosaic that guided German responses. The effectiveness of this system lay not in dramatic revelations, but in the accumulation of minor facts, patiently assembled into patterns. German commanders valued these insights, recognizing that knowledge of enemy morale or weaknesses could shift the balance of battle. Yet the reliance on POW intelligence also revealed the desperation of a regime fighting a global war on multiple fronts. Every captured soldier became both a victim of captivity and an unwilling participant in Germany's intelligence apparatus. The reach of interrogation extended far beyond the camps, shaping decisions made on distant battlefields. In this way, the whispered words of prisoners carried consequences far greater than they imagined. The story of interrogation and intelligence within German POW camps reveals a hidden dimension of captivity, the battle for minds and information. Beyond the watchtowers and barbed wire, prisoners faced another form of warfare, where silence, deception, and endurance were their only defenses. German interrogators blended charm, propaganda, and brutality, exploiting both law and lawlessness to achieve their aims. For some prisoners, the ordeal was a test of loyalty. For others, it became a struggle simply to retain their humanity in the face of manipulation. The outcomes varied, but the process left indelible scars, shaping memories of captivity for decades. Interrogation was not merely about extracting secrets, it was about asserting dominance and testing the resilience of those caught in its grip. Yet in resisting, prisoners demonstrated that even in the most powerless circumstances, defiance remained possible. Their stories remind us that the war was fought not only with bombs and bullets, but also with words, lies, and silence. In the end, the contest between captor and captive revealed the profound human capacity to endure. Within the quiet rooms of interrogation, the fate of individuals and the shadows of history converged. Amid the grim reality of barbed wire and watchtowers, the Red Cross emerged as a faint but vital thread of humanity woven into the fabric of prisoner life. The International Committee of the Red Cross, based in neutral Switzerland, sought to uphold the principles of the Geneva Convention by monitoring conditions and providing relief. Its presence was not absolute, but when allowed, it brought a semblance of order and accountability into otherwise lawless spaces. Delegates attempted to inspect camps, interview prisoners, and report on living standards, though always constrained by German cooperation or obstruction. The very act of a neutral outsider entering a camp was a powerful signal to prisoners that they had not been abandoned by the world. For many, the Red Cross embodied hope, a reminder that someone beyond the fences recognized their plight. Its representatives could not prevent cruelty, but they could observe, record, and at times pressure camp authorities into compliance. This presence was both practical and symbolic, bridging the gap between despair and international law. In the silent war of endurance, the Red Cross stood as one of the few allies POWs could still rely on, yet its role was fraught with limitations, shaped by politics, logistics, and the cunning resistance of the Nazi system. Perhaps the most cherished contribution of the Red Cross was the arrival of aid parcels, lifelines that transformed existence behind barbed wire. These parcels contained essentials, tinned meat, powdered milk, chocolate, coffee, cigarettes, and even soap, luxuries that far exceeded the meager rations provided by the Germans. A single parcel could make the difference between survival and starvation, lifting spirits with not only nourishment, but a taste of home. Distribution became a ritual moment, eagerly anticipated by prisoners who saw in each box a link to normal life. Sharing parcels fostered solidarity, with men pooling contents to create communal meals that strengthened bonds of friendship. Cigarettes, often included, became an unofficial currency, traded for favors or rare items within camp economies. The parcels also supplied vitamins and medical goods, offsetting malnutrition and disease that otherwise ravaged the barracks. To many, opening a parcel was akin to opening a window into freedom, reminding them that they were not forgotten. Yet the reliability of these supplies varied, subject to German interference, transportation delays, or the chaos of war. Despite these challenges, aid parcels remained the single most tangible expression of the Red Cross's impact on daily POW life. Red Cross inspections were intended as a safeguard, but their effectiveness depended heavily on the degree of German cooperation. Delegates were often escorted on carefully choreographed tours, shown barracks that had been tidied, kitchens that had been freshly stocked, and prisoners who had been coached to remain silent. These staged visits rarely revealed the true conditions of hunger, disease, or punishment that prevailed outside the spotlight. Yet even under such constraints, inspectors could observe subtle clues, thin faces, worn clothing, and whispered comments that betrayed deeper truths. Reports filed in Geneva described overcrowding, inadequate rations, and occasional brutality, though the language was often diplomatic to preserve access. Still, the fact that any oversight existed created at least a veneer of accountability, compelling German authorities to maintain some standards for fear of international criticism. For prisoners, inspections represented rare moments when their suffering might be acknowledged by outsiders. Even if improvements were temporary or cosmetic, they could bring short-lived relief, such as increased food rations or medical supplies. Inspections were imperfect tools, yet without them the plight of POWs would have been even more invisible to the outside world. Correspondence with families, facilitated by the Red Cross, provided another lifeline of hope and psychological survival. Letters, often limited in length and subject to censorship, allowed prisoners to reassure loved ones of their survival. For families, these fragile pieces of paper were priceless, proof that their sons, brothers, or fathers were still alive. The Red Cross coordinated the delivery of millions of such messages, navigating the complexities of wartime postal routes. Receiving a letter could lift morale more than any parcel, for it restored a prisoner's sense of identity beyond the camp fence. Some letters included carefully coded hints about conditions, though censors worked diligently to strip away anything deemed sensitive. Delays stretched into months, and many letters were lost entirely, leaving families in agonizing uncertainty. Yet even sporadic communication carried immense emotional power, bridging distances that war had cruelly imposed. For many prisoners, these letters were not just words on paper, they were lifelines to sanity, anchors that kept despair at bay. In a world of isolation, the Red Cross became the postman of hope. Medical aid was another critical area where the Red Cross sought to intervene, though with mixed success. Parcels containing bandages, disinfectants, and basic medicines offered relief in camps, where German medical provision was grossly inadequate. Red Cross doctors occasionally visited camps, pressing for improvements in hygiene or treatment, though their influence was often limited by Nazi indifference. In some camps, medical supplies were withheld or stolen by guards, leaving prisoners dependent on ingenuity to stretch what little they had. Despite these obstacles, Red Cross interventions saved countless lives, particularly by reducing deaths from malnutrition, infection, and untreated wounds. POW hospitals, when supported by aid, could function with a semblance of order rather than collapse into chaos. Yet the scale of suffering always exceeded the resources available, and prisoners often viewed aid as a drop in an ocean of need. The organization's neutral status meant it could not force compliance, only appeal to conscience, a fragile tool against a regime steeped in brutality. Nevertheless, each delivery of medical supplies represented an act of defiance against neglect. In the battlefield of survival, these small gestures of care became monumental. Despite its vital role, the Red Cross faced constant limitations imposed by war and politics. Access to camps was uneven, with some facilities entirely hidden from inspection, particularly those holding Soviet POWs. The Nazi regime frequently obstructed or delayed deliveries, using aid parcels as bargaining chips or propaganda tools. Transportation routes were perilous, with ships and trains carrying Red Cross goods vulnerable to bombing or naval attack. Neutrality, the cornerstone of the Red Cross, restricted its ability to openly denounce atrocities, forcing it to operate quietly in the shadows. Critics after the war questioned whether this restraint compromised its moral authority, suggesting that silence equaled complicity. Yet defenders argued that without neutrality, even the limited aid that reached camps would have been impossible. This tension defined the Red Cross's wartime role, navigating between humanitarian mission and political reality. The prisoners themselves rarely debated these complexities, focusing instead on the tangible relief parcels and occasional visits. For them, the organization was not a symbol of compromise, but a rare sign of care. Yet history records the dual truth of both its achievements and its constraints. German authorities themselves understood the power of the Red Cross, manipulating its presence for their own ends. Inspections were used to showcase propaganda, presenting sanitized versions of camp life to neutral observers. Photographs were staged, depicting smiling prisoners enjoying meals or working voluntarily, images that concealed the brutality of daily existence. Aid parcels were sometimes delayed or withheld, then distributed during inspections to create an illusion of benevolence. Letters were censored not only for security, but also to prevent the truth of conditions from reaching the outside world. Prisoners who cooperated during visits were occasionally rewarded, while those who tried to reveal hidden abuses risked severe punishment. This game of appearances allowed the Nazis to maintain a veneer of legitimacy, blunting criticism from abroad. Yet prisoners often found ways to communicate their suffering in subtle ways, smuggling messages through carefully chosen words or desperate glances. In this battle of truth versus deception, the Red Cross became both a tool of propaganda and a fragile conduit of reality. The complexity of its presence reflected the complexity of war itself, where even compassion could be twisted by power. The legacy of the Red Cross in German POW camps is a story of fragile hope balanced against harsh limitations. Its parcels, inspections, and letters could not eliminate suffering, but they provided moments of humanity in a world defined by cruelty. For countless prisoners, the arrival of a Red Cross package was a reminder that they had not been forgotten, that dignity still had a place even behind barbed wire. Its work saved lives, restored morale, and offered connection to families that otherwise would have been severed. Yet the organization also struggled under the weight of political neutrality, unable to confront atrocities as directly as history later demanded. This duality, life-saving relief alongside frustrated silence, defines its wartime record. To the men in camps, however, these abstract debates mattered less than the taste of chocolate, the warmth of a letter, or the presence of an inspector who listened. In the darkest conditions, these small mercies carried profound significance. The Red Cross, imperfect but indispensable, embodied the fragile thread of humanity that endured amid inhumanity. Its role remains a testament to the power and the limits of compassion in times of war. The capture of American troops in Europe was not a single event, but a series of devastating episodes across different campaigns. In North Africa, beginning in 1942, the inexperienced U.S. Army faced the hardened Afrika Korps, and thousands of Americans were taken prisoner during early clashes, such as the Battle of Kasserine Pass. In Italy, as the Allies pressed northward in 1943 and 1944, German counterattacks and encirclements added more Americans to the tally of prisoners. The largest capture, however, came in the winter of 1944 during the Battle of the Bulge, when surprise German offensives overwhelmed US units in the Ardennes. Entire companies and battalions surrendered in the snow, forced into columns under the watch of German guards. These men joined a growing population of POWs already scattered across the Reich's sprawling camp network. Each capture was a moment of humiliation, fear, and confusion, as soldiers accustomed to fighting for freedom now found themselves behind barbed wire. The shock of captivity was compounded by the uncertainty of what awaited them, from desert sands to frozen forests. American troops entered the brutal reality of German prisoner-of-war camps. Their experiences would become some of the most haunting chapters in US military history. In the camps, Americans quickly discovered that their treatment varied depending on time, location, and circumstances of capture. Early in the war, US prisoners in North Africa often endured long marches under the desert sun before being shipped to Europe, where they faced meager rations and poor sanitation. In Italy, camps were often improvised, with facilities inadequate for the influx of Allied captives. After the Battle of the Bulge, the sudden flood of tens of thousands of Americans overwhelmed the German system, leading to chaotic conditions and severe shortages. Prisoners were crammed into barracks, designed for half their number, with straw or bare floors as bedding. Food was scarce, often limited to watery soup, dark bread, and occasional scraps of potatoes or turnips. Clothing and boots wore out quickly, leaving men vulnerable to cold winters that froze them in their bunks. Medical care was primitive at best, with wounded soldiers often left untreated or reliant on fellow prisoners for makeshift care. While officers were generally housed in Oflags with slightly better conditions, enlisted men in Stalags bore the brunt of deprivation. For all survival hinged on endurance and the fragile hope of liberation. The Battle of the Bulge marked the most dramatic chapter in the story of American POWs. During December 1944, German forces captured nearly 23,000 US soldiers in just a matter of weeks. Forced marches through snow and ice, sometimes over 50 miles in freezing temperatures, became ordeals that killed many before they even reached camps. Starved, exhausted, and stripped of warm clothing, men collapsed along the roadsides, with guards often indifferent to their suffering. Survivors recalled the bitter irony of dying not in combat, but in the hands of their captors, consumed by hunger and cold. Those who made it to camps found facilities unprepared for the sudden influx, leading to mass overcrowding. Prisoners slept shoulder to shoulder, sometimes in barns or warehouses, converted into makeshift holding centers. The psychological blow of capture during what was supposed to be a surprise American offensive weighed heavily on morale. Men who had believed victory was within reach now faced the bleak reality of confinement. The Battle of the Bulge thus represented both a military crisis and a humanitarian disaster for American forces. Daily life in camps was a monotonous cycle of hunger, cold, and waiting. Prisoners rose at dawn for roll call, standing outside in freezing or sweltering conditions for hours while guards counted and recounted them. Meals, when they arrived, consisted of thin soup with floating cabbage leaves or turnip peels, supplemented by a slice of bread that often contained sawdust as filler. The Red Cross parcels, when they managed to get through, offered brief reprieve, transforming hunger into temporary satisfaction. Yet distribution was uneven, with some camps receiving aid regularly, while others starved without relief. Work details often took men outside the wire, where they labored in fields, factories, or construction projects under watchful eyes. For some, these details offered slight advantages: more food, fresh air, and a chance for covert resistance. Others viewed them as additional punishment, forced labor that sapped already weakened bodies. Time moved slowly, with boredom gnawing at the minds of men accustomed to movement and purpose. Each day was a battle of spirit as much as survival. The psychological strain of captivity weighed heavily on American prisoners. Soldiers accustomed to the camaraderie of combat units found themselves stripped of rank, authority, and agency. The loss of freedom was compounded by uncertainty about the war's progress and the fate of loved ones back home. Rumors filled the void, with scraps of news filtered through guards, fellow prisoners, or clandestine radios smuggled into camps. For many, letters from home, delivered via the Red Cross, provided the only tangible link to family, though censorship and delays often distorted communication. Depression was common, with men losing weight and hope simultaneously, their spirits dimmed by endless repetition. Yet resilience also surfaced, with prisoners forming support networks, sharing food and organizing activities to keep minds engaged. Religious services, theatrical productions, and even educational classes sprouted in camps, testaments to the determination to preserve dignity. Humor, though dark, became a weapon against despair, with jokes circulating about guards, rations, and the absurdities of captivity. Survival became as much a matter of mental strength as physical endurance. Acts of resistance and ingenuity were not absent among American POWs. Escape attempts were frequent, though rarely successful, given the harsh winter landscapes, language barriers, and the brutality of reprisals. Tunnels were dug beneath barracks, maps sketched from memory, and disguises crafted from blankets and stolen uniforms. For those unable to flee, defiance took subtler forms, misreporting work details, sabotaging equipment, or spreading misinformation to guards. Some men risked punishment to operate hidden radios, tuning into Allied broadcasts that provided glimmers of hope. Prisoner committees negotiated with German authorities for better treatment, though with limited success. Even sharing scarce food among comrades became an act of solidarity, a refusal to let cruelty erode humanity. Resistance did not always mean rebellion. Often it meant simply enduring with dignity intact. Each small act of defiance reaffirmed that captivity could not extinguish the will to fight in spirit. These moments of quiet courage became central to the identity of American POWs. As the Reich collapsed in 1945, the ordeal of American POWs entered its most dangerous phase. Guards, fearing Allied advances, forced prisoners onto long marches away from the front, evacuating camps under brutal conditions. Known as death marches, these journeys exposed weakened men to hunger, exposure, and random violence. Many perished along the roadsides, too weak to continue, their bodies left unburied in the snow or mud. Survivors spoke of days without food, of collapsing from exhaustion only to be prodded forward by rifle butts. Camps that had once been stable dissolved into chaos, with guards deserting their posts or turning increasingly violent. The uncertainty of liberation weighed heavily, as prisoners did not know whether rescue or death awaited them. Liberation, when it finally came, was sudden and overwhelming, with Allied troops greeted as saviors by skeletal men barely clinging to life. The sight of American flags carried into camp courtyards remains one of the most powerful memories for survivors. It marked the end of captivity, but not the end of suffering. The legacy of American POWs in Europe is one of endurance, sacrifice, and testimony. Their stories, preserved in diaries, oral histories, and memoirs, reveal the harsh realities of captivity behind German lines. They endured starvation, forced marches, and the constant shadow of death, yet found ways to resist despair. Their survival often hinged on small mercies, a shared meal, a Red Cross parcel, or a letter from home. The trauma of imprisonment did not end with liberation, as many carried scars, both physical and psychological, for the rest of their lives. Yet their resilience contributed to the broader Allied story of perseverance against tyranny. Their testimony helped expose the failures and violations of German adherence to international law. In remembering them, we confront not only the brutality of war, but also the extraordinary capacity of individuals to endure it. The American POWs of Europe remain voices from captivity, echoing across history with lessons of courage and survival. Their experiences remind us that the war's battlefields extended far beyond the front lines, into the very soul of those who endured imprisonment. The experience of British and Commonwealth prisoners in German captivity formed one of the largest and most diverse chapters of the war behind barbed wire. From the collapse of France in 1940 Tens of thousands of British soldiers found themselves captured during chaotic retreats, including the dramatic evacuation at Dunkirk, where not all escaped. In North Africa, the Afrika Korps added thousands more to the rolls of prisoners, among them Australians, New Zealanders, and South Africans, who had fought bravely in desert campaigns. Canadians were taken prisoner during the disastrous Dieppe raid of 1942, where heavy casualties and mass surrenders made them a prominent POW population. Each of these groups brought their own cultural backgrounds and military traditions, which shaped how they adapted to captivity. Together they formed a unique mosaic of Commonwealth experience, united by the hardships imposed by their German captors. The diversity of language, accent, and identity inside the camps gave them a distinctly international character. These men were bound not only by their uniforms, but also by the shared endurance of imprisonment. Their stories illustrate both the universality of suffering and the individuality of response. It was in these camps that the Commonwealth spirit was tested under the harshest conditions. For British prisoners, early captivity was defined by confusion, exhaustion, and the bitterness of sudden defeat. After Dunkirk, captured soldiers were marched through occupied France, enduring jeers from German civilians and struggling with hunger on long treks toward railheads. Packed into cattle cars with little ventilation or water, they were transported deep into Germany to Stalags spread across the Reich. Canadians captured in the Dieppe raid suffered a similarly harsh initiation, with many wounded men denied adequate treatment during transport. Australians and New Zealanders taken in North Africa often faced long journeys across the Mediterranean before entering camps on German soil. South African soldiers, captured at Tobruk in 1942, were likewise subjected to brutal forced marches and overcrowded trains. The sense of shame at being captured weighed heavily, compounded by the harsh discipline and derision of guards. Yet among these diverse groups, solidarity grew as they shared the ordeal of confinement. Their first experiences set the tone for years of captivity, where resilience became as essential as food or shelter. From the outset, the journey into captivity stripped them of freedom, but not of identity. Daily life in camps for British and Commonwealth POWs centered on routines, meant to control rather than sustain them. Roll calls or appels were held twice daily, forcing prisoners to stand in the cold for hours while numbers were checked and rechecked. Meals were meager, thin soups made of turnips or cabbage, supplemented by black bread of dubious content. Red Cross parcels became vital, and the Commonwealth prisoners learned to pool their resources to create communal meals that lifted morale. Tea, treasured above all, was often brewed from scraps, providing not only warmth, but also a sense of cultural identity. Medical care was inconsistent, with camp infirmaries chronically short of supplies and doctors forced to improvise treatments. Work details became part of daily life, sending men into factories, mines, or farms under guard. While some found opportunities to trade or scavenge, others returned exhausted and malnourished from punishing labor. Recreation and education became survival strategies, with improvised classrooms and theater groups giving prisoners purpose. Through these routines, life inside the wire became a test of ingenuity and endurance. Escape was a defining feature of the Commonwealth POW experience, immortalized by stories that captured the imagination long after the war. British officers in Oflags were particularly active, digging tunnels, forging documents, and devising elaborate disguises. The most famous example came from Stalag Luft 3, where Commonwealth airmen, including Canadians and Australians, participated in the mass breakout known as the Great Escape. Although most were recaptured and 50 were executed in violation of the Geneva Convention, the story became legendary for its audacity. Lesser known but equally daring escapes took place across Europe, with New Zealanders tunneling from Italian camps and South Africans disguising themselves as labourers. Each attempt, successful or not, symbolized the refusal to surrender spirit, even when freedom seemed impossible. Escape culture was so ingrained that prisoners shared skills and intelligence, creating a clandestine network of defiance. The Germans responded with heightened security, yet the cycle of attempt and prevention never ended. These acts of resistance offered not only hope to participants, but also pride to fellow inmates. In captivity, even the attempt to escape was a victory of will over walls. The cultural diversity of the Commonwealth created both challenges and strengths within the camps. Australians were often noted for their irreverence and defiance, challenging German authority with humour and boldness. Canadians brought a strong sense of organisation, contributing to camp committees and escape planning with meticulous detail. New Zealanders, fewer in number, earned reputations as resourceful and resilient, often volunteering for risky undertakings. South Africans, drawn from both white and non-white populations, faced complex dynamics of identity within the broader Commonwealth context. These cultural traits shaped interactions with German guards and with each other, influencing how discipline and morale were maintained. At times, tensions arose from differences in attitude or background, but shared hardship usually forged unity. The mix of accents and slang turned barracks into melting pots of language and humour. Joint efforts in cooking, theatre, or escape blurred distinctions, creating bonds that lasted long after liberation. In the crucible of captivity, the Commonwealth learned not only to endure, but also to work together in ways that reflected the very ideals they fought for. Morale was sustained through creativity and determination to preserve a sense of normal life. Amateur dramatics became widespread, with prisoners staging plays, musicals, and even Shakespeare performances using makeshift costumes and props. Education was equally important, with university-style lectures delivered by prisoners who had been teachers, scientists, or professionals before the war. Canadians attended courses in history, Australians learned languages, and South Africans studied engineering, all within the confines of barbed wire. These classes provided mental escape, a means of preparing for life after the war, and a distraction from hunger. Sports, too, played a vital role, with soccer, rugby, and cricket matches held whenever space and equipment allowed. Games were fiercely contested, offering moments of joy and rivalry amid monotony. Religious services, led by chaplains or laymen, gave spiritual comfort and reinforced hope. These cultural and educational pursuits became tools of resistance, maintaining dignity in defiance of German attempts to reduce men to numbers. By creating communities within captivity, Commonwealth POWs affirmed their humanity against a system that sought to erase it. Conditions in late 1944 and 1945 worsened dramatically as Germany faced collapse and resources dwindled. Red Cross parcels became irregular, food shortages grew acute, and many prisoners lost dangerous amounts of weight. Allied bombing raids disrupted transportation networks, leaving camps cut off from supply lines. Guards grew harsher, discipline more brutal, and punishments more frequent as order disintegrated. In the final months, many Commonwealth prisoners were forced onto death marches, trudging through snow and mud as camps were evacuated ahead of advancing Allied forces. These marches claimed countless lives, with men collapsing from exhaustion or shot for falling behind. Yet even in these ordeals, prisoners found strength in solidarity, sharing what little food or clothing they had. The marches became another test of resilience, a grim epilogue to years of captivity. For those who survived, liberation was both a release and a moment of disbelief, as freedom seemed almost unreal after years behind fences. The Commonwealth spirit had endured to the very end, scarred but unbroken. The legacy of British and Commonwealth prisoners in German captivity is one of resilience, sacrifice, and enduring memory. Their experiences were marked by hunger, forced labor, escape attempts, and the constant struggle to maintain dignity. They contributed to a body of testimony that revealed both the cruelty of their captors and the ingenuity of the human spirit. Their stories enriched post-war narratives of courage, with memoirs and films keeping their memory alive for generations. Survivors often carried psychological and physical scars, yet they also carried pride in how they had endured. The Commonwealth experience was not monolithic, but woven from many threads: British, Canadian, Australian, New Zealander, and South African, each with unique struggles yet united by shared captivity. Together they embodied the principle that even in the darkest circumstances, unity and resilience can triumph over despair. Their ordeal underscores the cost of war, not only on battlefields, but also in the hidden prisons behind them. Remembering their stories ensures that their sacrifices are not lost to time. The Commonwealth POWs of World War II remain enduring symbols of courage under confinement. Among the network of German prisoner-of-war camps, the Stalag Luft stood apart as facilities specifically designed for captured Allied airmen. These camps were administered not by the SS or the Wehrmacht's army divisions, but by the Luftwaffe, Germany's air force. This distinction shaped both the daily life and the treatment of prisoners, since Luftwaffe officers often regarded their captives as fellow professionals rather than enemies to be degraded. Airmen from Britain, the United States, Canada, Australia, and other Allied nations were housed together, creating a cosmopolitan mix of accents, cultures, and experiences. The majority of these men had been shot down over occupied Europe while conducting bombing raids or fighter missions. Their backgrounds gave them a shared identity of technical skill and daring, which translated into a distinctive culture inside the wire. Unlike infantry POWs sent to Stalags, airmen in the Luftwaffe camps often had more organized structures, including committees, escape networks, and educational programs. Yet, conditions remained harsh, rations were meager, cold bit through poorly insulated barracks, and medical care was limited. Prisoners quickly adapted by forming strong communities that emphasized cooperation and resilience. The Stalag Lufts became not only places of confinement, but also arenas of resistance and ingenuity. The design of the Luftwaffe camps reflected their function as holding centers for officers and trained aircrews. Barbed wire fences, guard towers, and sentry patrols ringed rows of wooden huts, each crammed with dozens of men. Inside, bunks were stacked. 3 high straw mattresses offered little comfort, and heating was inadequate during bitter winters. Sanitary conditions were poor, with latrines quickly becoming foul due to overcrowding. The Luftwaffe provided rations consisting of watery soup, black bread, and occasional potatoes, but survival depended heavily on Red Cross parcels. Airmen learned to improvise cooking methods, using tin cans as stoves and scraps of fuel to prepare makeshift meals. The layout of camps such as Stalag Luft allowed for central compounds and communal areas, where prisoners organized activities to preserve morale. Despite restrictions, airmen maintained a sense of discipline, conducting roll calls, forming committees, and preserving a chain of command. This structure helped them cope with monotony and assert control over their circumstances. While the barbed wire loomed constantly, inside the huts a determined effort to maintain order and morale persisted. Perhaps the most defining feature of the Stalag Luft camps was the culture of resistance and escape planning that flourished within their fences. Airmen, accustomed to daring missions, carried their spirit of initiative into captivity. From the earliest days, they organized escape committees, often known as X-organizations, responsible for coordinating tunneling operations, forging documents, and crafting disguises. Tunnels were dug with improvised tools, dirt hidden beneath floorboards, or scattered inconspicuously in camp gardens. False identity papers were meticulously created using inks from crushed berries and bindings from Red Cross packaging. Civilian clothing was fashioned from blankets and uniforms with remarkable attention to detail. Escape was not just an act of individual bravery, but a collective endeavor involving dozens of men in planning and execution. Even when escapes failed, the effort itself boosted morale and maintained defiance against captivity. German guards grew increasingly vigilant, yet the ingenuity of prisoners continued to challenge their control. The Stalag Lufts became synonymous with some of the most famous escape attempts of the war. The most legendary of these efforts was the breakout from Stalag Luft 3 in March 1944, later immortalized as the Great Escape. Over 600 prisoners participated in the construction of 3 tunnels, codenamed Tom, Dick, and Harry, dug beneath the sandy soil with incredible secrecy. Ingenious ventilation systems were built, supports fashioned from bed slats, and electric lighting installed using scavenged wire. On the night of March 24th, 76 men managed to slip through the tunnel and into the surrounding woods. The breakout demonstrated extraordinary coordination, teamwork, and determination, even if the aftermath was tragic. Within days, nearly all the escapees were recaptured, and 50 were executed on Hitler's orders in one of the war's most infamous war crimes. For those inside the camp, the loss was devastating, yet the achievement remained a symbol of defiance. It showed that even in captivity, Allied airmen could mount bold operations against their captors. The Great Escape entered history as both a triumph of courage and a reminder of the brutal risks of resistance. Resistance inside the Stalag Lufts was not limited to tunnels and dramatic escapes. Prisoners also devised subtler methods of defiance, using coded letters, clandestine radios, and misinformation to aid the Allied war effort. Letters home were written in phrases that concealed military intelligence, alerting Allied authorities to camp conditions or enemy activity. Radios, painstakingly assembled from smuggled parts, allowed airmen to tune into BBC broadcasts, keeping morale high and relaying war news to prisoners. False rumors were spread deliberately to mislead German guards, sowing confusion and diverting attention from real escape operations. Committees monitored German behavior, recording details about guard rotations, patrols, and camp infrastructure for potential use. Even artistic and theatrical productions had an undercurrent of defiance, with plays and shows serving as covers for secret meetings or escape preparations. These acts maintained a sense of agency and gave prisoners the satisfaction of striking back, however subtly. Resistance became as much psychological as physical, reinforcing the belief that captivity did not mean submission. The Luftwaffe camps thus became hubs of covert warfare waged behind the wire. Despite these efforts, daily life remained grueling and survival was never guaranteed. Winters were particularly harsh, with freezing temperatures seeping through thin walls and inadequate blankets. Hunger was a constant companion, with prisoners losing weight despite careful rationing of Red Cross parcels. Illnesses such as dysentery and pneumonia spread quickly in overcrowded huts. Guards maintained strict discipline, and punishments for infractions could be severe, including solitary confinement and reductions in food. Yet, amid hardship, prisoners found ways to maintain morale. Theatre productions, concerts, and even orchestras were organized, bringing moments of levity to bleak days. Educational programs thrived, with airmen studying languages, engineering, or history, using their time to prepare for post-war life. Sports competitions, from soccer to boxing, brought men together and provided much-needed exercise. These activities helped transform the camps from mere holding pens into communities determined to endure. The Luftwaffe's administration of these camps often set them apart from others run by the Wehrmacht, or SS. Many guards were older airmen deemed unfit for frontline duty, and they sometimes regarded prisoners with a measure of professional respect. While cruelty and neglect were not absent, Luftwaffe officers frequently recognized their captives as fellow aviators who had faced similar dangers in the skies. This did not mean fair treatment was universal. Conditions varied and brutality still occurred. Yet compared to Soviet POWs or concentration camp inmates, airmen generally endured less deliberate mistreatment. This distinction reflected the Luftwaffe's adherence, however limited, to the Geneva Conventions. It also underscored the hierarchy of prisoner experiences within the German system, shaped by both ideology and circumstance. Even so, the reliance on Red Cross parcels and prisoner ingenuity showed how precarious survival remained. Luftwaffe camps may have been less brutal than others, but they were still defined by deprivation and captivity. The legacy of the Stalag Lufts is one of resilience, ingenuity, and defiance in the face of captivity. The airmen who lived behind their fences transformed their confinement into opportunities to resist, to create, and to endure with dignity. Their tunnels, disguises, and coded letters became legendary symbols of prisoner ingenuity. The sacrifices of those who perished in escape attempts or succumbed to hardship remind us of the high cost of defiance. Yet their survival strategies also reflect the broader spirit of Allied cooperation, with men from across the Commonwealth and the United States uniting under shared hardship. After liberation in 1945, many airmen carried their experiences into post-war life, shaping memoirs, histories, and even cultural depictions of the war. The Stalag Lufts entered public consciousness not only through testimony, but through films, books, and education. They remain enduring examples of how men deprived of freedom could still wage a war of will. Remembering their story ensures that their ingenuity and courage are never forgotten. These camps stand as testaments to the indomitable spirit of prisoners of war. The story of prisoners of war during the Second World War is often told through the lens of male soldiers captured in battle, yet women, nurses, and non-combatants also shared in the experience of captivity. Though far fewer in number, their ordeal remains a crucial part of the wider narrative of POW life under the German system. Female prisoners were usually non-combatants, civilian aid workers, military nurses, and occasionally women caught up in the chaos of occupation or retreat. Their presence in German hands challenged the conventions of both military culture and international law, since the Geneva Conventions did not fully anticipate the captivity of women in war. For nurses captured in campaigns such as Greece, Crete, and North Africa, imprisonment meant a sudden shift from caring for soldiers to becoming prisoners themselves. Civilian women, particularly those from occupied territories or caught in German roundups, often found themselves interned alongside enemy nationals or in segregated compounds. Their captivity revealed both the vulnerability of women in wartime and the determination with which they sought to preserve dignity. Though often overshadowed by male narratives, their stories offer unique insights into the war behind barbed wire. Theirs was a struggle not only for survival, but also for recognition in the annals of history. Nurses captured in North Africa provide some of the most detailed accounts of female POW experiences under German control. When Allied positions collapsed in battles such as Tobruk, medical staff who had remained to tend the wounded were frequently taken prisoner alongside soldiers. For these women, captivity carried a double weight. They were both professionals who had devoted themselves to healing and vulnerable prisoners subjected to enemy authority. Within camps, captured nurses often became caretakers for their fellow prisoners, using their medical skills despite shortages of supplies. Their presence was vital in maintaining morale, as they embodied compassion in environments dominated by suffering and deprivation. German authorities sometimes recognized their usefulness and allowed them to serve in infirmaries, but conditions remained harsh and restrictive. In some cases, nurses faced interrogation or suspicion, accused of espionage or aiding resistance. Yet, their testimony reveals resilience and a quiet form of defiance as they continued their work under hostile oversight. Their captivity highlighted both the importance of medical professionals in war and the extraordinary hardships endured when they became prisoners. These women were both healers and survivors, adapting to roles that tested every facet of their endurance. Civilian women captured as non-combatants formed another dimension of the German POW system, often held in internment camps distinct from military facilities. Many were teachers, aid workers, missionaries, or simply travelers caught behind enemy lines at the outbreak of hostilities. Others were wives and families of soldiers stationed abroad, suddenly uprooted by the collapse of front lines. For them, captivity was less about forced labor or military discipline, and more about the struggle to endure confinement, separation, and uncertainty. These internment camps varied widely, with some offering relative order, while others descended into harsh conditions and neglect. Food shortages, limited medical care, and cramped quarters defined their daily lives. Children born or raised within internment camps became living symbols of war's reach into the civilian sphere. Letters from these camps reveal a deep longing for home and a desperate need to preserve normalcy amid abnormal circumstances. The plight of civilian women prisoners underscores the indiscriminate impact of global conflict. Their suffering, often overlooked, deserves recognition as part of the broader story of captivity. Among the rarest yet most significant cases were women involved directly in military service, including those in the Auxiliary Territorial Service (ATS) or nursing branches. Captured during campaigns in Greece, Crete, and elsewhere, they were regarded with suspicion by their captors. The Nazis, steeped in rigid gender ideology, struggled to categorize armed or uniformed women within the traditional framework of prisoners of war. Some were treated as civilians, while others faced interrogations designed to discredit their roles as military personnel. Female resistance fighters captured in occupied Europe often endured even harsher treatment, with many transferred to concentration camps rather than POW facilities. Those who were recognized as POWs frequently had to fight for rights that male counterparts took for granted. Their resilience in captivity, often under gendered discrimination, became a quiet assertion of their legitimacy as part of the war effort. The experiences of these women exposed the inadequacies of international law to address their unique status. Their ordeal demanded recognition not only as victims, but also as combatants in their own right. They stood as evidence that war blurred boundaries between traditional roles of men and women. The treatment of women in captivity varied depending on the nature of their capture and the attitudes of local camp authorities. In some Luftwaffe-run facilities, captured female air service staff were treated with a degree of respect, albeit within the constraints of imprisonment. In other places, however, women faced isolation, harassment, and the constant threat of abuse. Guards sometimes exploited their vulnerability, using intimidation or manipulation to assert control. Yet, despite these dangers, many women prisoners displayed extraordinary courage in protecting one another. Networks of solidarity developed, with women sharing scarce resources, organizing educational activities, or simply offering emotional support in moments of despair. These small acts of kindness became lifelines in otherwise bleak environments. The determination to maintain dignity under such pressures reflected an unbreakable will to survive. Their struggles revealed how captivity amplified gendered risks, yet also brought out forms of resilience often overlooked in male-centered histories. Through their endurance, they expanded the definition of what it meant to resist behind barbed wire. Their stories add depth and complexity to the narrative of POW life. One striking feature of female POW narratives is the emphasis on memory, testimony, and the preservation of experience. Because women made up a small minority of prisoners, their stories risked being drowned out in the vast sea of wartime accounts. Many nurses and civilians kept diaries, documenting conditions, emotions, and the resilience of those around them. These writings often include poignant details of daily survival, the taste of ersatz coffee, the cold bite of unheated rooms, or the joy of receiving a smuggled letter. Testimonies collected after the war shed light on the unique psychological challenges women faced, including isolation and gender-based prejudice. Their accounts also reveal the same creativity and humor found among male prisoners, with women staging concerts, plays, and makeshift schools to keep spirits alive. In telling their stories, survivors insisted that their contributions and sufferings be remembered as integral to the larger POW experience. Their words became part of the historical record, challenging post-war societies to expand their understanding of who fought and who endured. These testimonies remain vital reminders of resilience in overlooked corners of history. Non-combatants, including doctors, chaplains, and aid workers, also formed part of the POW population, enduring captivity in ways both similar to and distinct from soldiers. Medical staff often continued their duties under extreme shortages, caring for fellow prisoners with ingenuity and courage. Chaplains provided spiritual support, organizing services, and offering solace to men and women facing despair. Aid workers, particularly those associated with organizations like the Red Cross, sometimes found themselves confined despite their neutral status. Their presence complicated the camp dynamic, as they straddled roles of service and suffering. Non-combatants often became bridges between groups, fostering solidarity across divides of rank, nationality, or gender. Their testimony reflects a quieter form of endurance, one less dramatic than escape attempts, but no less significant. Their sacrifices highlight the moral complexities of captivity, where neutrality offered no protection from the realities of war. These individuals, though not combatants, carried the weight of responsibility even within imprisonment. Their experiences remind us that captivity was a shared fate, touching all who fell into German hands. The legacy of women, nurses, and non-combatants in German captivity enriches our understanding of the human dimensions of war. Though small in number, their presence challenges us to think beyond conventional narratives of soldiers and battles. Their stories highlight the vulnerability of civilians, the courage of medical staff, and the determination of women to preserve dignity in the face of systemic neglect. They expose the shortcomings of international law, which failed to anticipate the diverse realities of modern conflict. They also illuminate the ways in which gender shaped both suffering and resilience under captivity. In post-war years, many survivors struggled to have their experiences recognized alongside those of male prisoners. Yet their testimonies, when preserved, serve as powerful reminders of the breadth of endurance in wartime. By remembering them, we honor not only their sacrifice, but the principle that every life affected by war deserves remembrance. Their voices, once marginalized, now enrich the tapestry of POW history. Their legacy endures as part of the broader story of resilience in captivity. As the Third Reich began to crumble in late 1944 and early 1945, the fate of thousands of prisoners of war became increasingly precarious. German authorities, unwilling to allow POWs to fall into Allied hands, initiated forced evacuations from camps near advancing front lines. These evacuations, carried out in the dead of winter, became infamous as death marches, grueling treks through snow, ice, and bitter cold. Prisoners already weakened by years of captivity were forced to march for miles on end with little food or rest. The guards, themselves frightened of capture, often treated prisoners with increased brutality, shooting those who faltered or fell behind. The chaos of retreat meant that organization broke down, leaving prisoners wandering uncertain routes across a collapsing Reich. Civilians, too, watched in horror as columns of emaciated POWs shuffled through their villages. The marches symbolized both the desperation of the German state and the human cost of its refusal to admit defeat. For many, these final months of captivity were the most harrowing of the entire war. Survival now depended not only on endurance, but on sheer luck. The conditions of the marches were shaped by the brutal winter of 1944-45, one of the coldest on record. Prisoners, often clad in thin uniforms or tattered clothing, had little protection from freezing winds and snow. Many lacked proper footwear, trudging through ice with boots that disintegrated or with bare feet wrapped in rags. Food was scarce, reduced to meager scraps of bread or watery soup when supplies could be found. Water, drawn from frozen streams or snow, offered little relief against dehydration and fatigue. Exhaustion set in quickly, and those unable to keep pace were frequently beaten or executed by guards. Disease spread rapidly in such conditions, with dysentery and frostbite claiming additional victims. The combination of exposure, hunger, and exhaustion transformed these marches into deadly ordeals. Prisoners later recalled that each step felt like a battle against death itself. For many, the will to survive was the only shield against despair. The routes of these evacuations varied, but most led prisoners westward, away from advancing Soviet forces. German command feared that Soviet capture would expose atrocities committed against Eastern prisoners, particularly Soviet POWs who had been subjected to mass killings earlier in the war. As a result, German guards drove Allied prisoners towards central and western Germany, hoping to retain them as bargaining tools in negotiations with the Western Allies. Some marches stretched hundreds of miles, weaving through forests, villages, and fields devastated by war. Along the way, prisoners often relied on sympathetic civilians who, at great risk, offered food or shelter. Yet others encountered hostility from locals who saw them as burdens or enemies. The routes were littered with bodies of those who collapsed or were executed for slowing down. These grim journeys etched scars into the memory of survivors. The endless march, devoid of destination, became a symbol of captivity's final cruelty. For many, it was captivity's darkest chapter. The treatment of prisoners during these evacuations varied according to the attitudes of guards and the chaos of retreat. Some guards, themselves exhausted and fearful, showed moments of humanity, sharing food or allowing prisoners to rest briefly. Others, hardened by years of indoctrination or terrified of reprisals, responded with savage violence. Executions along the road became common, with stragglers shot as examples to the rest. Discipline broke down frequently, and guards themselves sometimes deserted, leaving columns of prisoners unattended. In some cases, prisoners seized the opportunity to escape, melting into the countryside despite the risks. Those who remained endured an existence where every day blurred into endless marches, hunger, and fear. The contrast between cruelty and compassion revealed the unpredictable nature of collapse. For prisoners, survival meant adapting to both extremes. Every guard, every village, every mile brought new uncertainties. Captivity, once confined by barbed wire, now stretched across the collapsing landscape of Germany. Survivors often described the psychological toll of the marches as equal to, if not greater than, the physical suffering. The uncertainty of destination weighed heavily on morale, as prisoners were never told where they were being taken or why. Rumors circulated constantly, with some believing they would be executed en masse, while others clung to the hope of liberation. The constant exposure to death, the bodies of comrades abandoned in snow, the sound of gunshots echoing behind the column, eroded the spirit of many. Yet in the midst of despair, small acts of solidarity emerged. Prisoners shared scraps of food, carried one another when strength failed, and offered words of encouragement. These gestures became lifelines, preserving morale when all else seemed lost. The marches revealed both the depths of human cruelty and the heights of compassion. In a world reduced to survival, camaraderie became the difference between life and death. Memory of these bonds would endure long after liberation. The death marches were not confined solely to POWs, but also affected concentration camp inmates and forced laborers. As the Reich collapsed, the Germans sought to empty camps before Allied advances revealed their crimes. This mingling of POWs with civilian prisoners blurred distinctions that had previously separated them, creating columns of suffering that included soldiers, civilians, and the persecuted alike. While Allied POWs were theoretically protected by the Geneva Conventions, in practice the chaos erased such boundaries. Conditions for all were equally brutal, marked by starvation, disease, and violence. Prisoners later testified to the surreal experience of marching alongside men, women, and children who had endured horrors even more severe. For some Allied POWs, these encounters exposed the scale of Nazi atrocities in ways they had not previously understood. The death marches thus became not only a physical ordeal, but also a revelation of the broader machinery of Nazi cruelty. Captivity's boundaries dissolved in the chaos of collapse. All were reduced to the same struggle for survival. As Allied forces advanced deeper into Germany in early 1945, many marches ended in sudden liberation. Columns of prisoners, half-starved and exhausted, stumbled into Allied lines, where soldiers were horrified by their condition. Testimonies from liberators describe gaunt faces, skeletal bodies, and the haunting silence of men too weak to cheer their freedom. The immediate challenge was humanitarian, providing food, water, and medical care without overwhelming fragile systems. Tragically, some prisoners died even after liberation, their bodies unable to cope with sudden refeeding. For survivors, the moment of freedom carried mixed emotions, relief tempered by grief for comrades who had not made it. Many would carry physical scars of frostbite, disease, or injury for the rest of their lives. The psychological scars were equally deep, as memories of endless marches haunted their dreams. Liberation did not erase the ordeal, but rather framed it within the wider tragedy of the war's end. For many, survival felt both miraculous and hollow. The death marches remain one of the most harrowing chapters in the history of POW captivity, symbolizing the chaos and cruelty of the Reich's final months. They represent the collapse of order, when ideology, fear, and desperation replaced even the pretense of legality. The marches claimed thousands of lives, leaving survivors with memories of suffering that defied expression. Yet they also revealed the endurance of the human spirit, as prisoners supported one another in the face of annihilation. These journeys exposed the fragility of civilization when law collapses and cruelty becomes routine. They also underscored the responsibility of memory, ensuring that such ordeals are neither forgotten nor repeated. For historians, the marches offer insight into the psychology of collapse and the resilience of prisoners. For survivors, they became defining moments of their wartime experience. In remembering them, we acknowledge both the depths of suffering and the heights of courage. The death marches stand as grim reminders of war's final cruelty. As Allied forces pushed deeper into the collapsing Reich during the spring of 1945, they encountered sights that would forever sear themselves into the conscience of humanity. Behind the barbed wire of German prisoner of war and labor camps, thousands of men awaited either death or salvation. Their bodies wasted from starvation, disease, and brutal conditions. For the liberators, ordinary soldiers hardened by years of combat, the discovery of these camps was a moment that eclipsed even the fiercest battles. They entered spaces filled with the stench of unwashed bodies, decay, and despair, greeted by hollow-eyed prisoners too weak to cheer. Liberation was immediate in its impact, yet overwhelming in its responsibilities, for armies trained to fight now became emergency humanitarians. The first task was to secure the camps, ensuring guards surrendered or fled before they could inflict further harm. Then came the even more daunting mission of caring for prisoners whose physical states were precariously balanced between life and death. Each encounter brought tears, rage, and determination to bear witness to what they had found. Liberation was not only a military act, but a revelation of truth. The world could no longer deny the scale of human suffering hidden behind the Reich's walls. The liberation of POW camps revealed vast differences in conditions depending on time, location, and the desperation of German authorities. Some camps, hastily abandoned by fleeing guards, were left in chaos, with prisoners wandering freely yet too weak to organize their own survival. Others were still tightly controlled, until the very moment Allied tanks rolled through the gates, sparking panic among the guards and jubilation among prisoners. At camps like Stalag 7A near Moosburg, thousands of Allied prisoners were suddenly thrust into freedom as American forces swept aside German defenses. Elsewhere, Soviet troops liberated eastern camps where conditions had been catastrophic, finding survivors amid piles of the dead. The contrasts were stark, yet the common thread was suffering beyond comprehension. For those freed, liberation was both euphoric and disorienting. Many wept openly, unable to comprehend that the ordeal was finally over. Soldiers recorded these moments in diaries, photographs, and films, capturing the raw humanity of reunion and relief. Liberation was at once a rescue and a confrontation with horror. The immediate humanitarian response posed challenges few armies were prepared to face. Starving prisoners could not simply be given food, as their bodies were too fragile to handle sudden nourishment. Military doctors, working with limited supplies, had to carefully reintroduce nutrition, often in small and measured doses. Despite these efforts, many died after liberation, their organs unable to recover from years of deprivation. Clothing, shelter, and medical care became urgent priorities as liberators sought to transform camps of death into sanctuaries of survival. Improvised field hospitals sprang up in barracks once used for confinement. Soldiers shared their rations with prisoners, moved by compassion, but often unaware of the dangers of refeeding syndrome. The effort required coordination between military units, humanitarian organizations, and medical staff stretched to their limits. Every decision carried life or death consequences for the fragile men before them. Liberation thus became a second battle, One fought not with bullets, but with compassion and medical care. Victory on the battlefield now demanded victory over suffering. For the liberated prisoners themselves, the experience of freedom was deeply complex. Many were too weak to walk, collapsing in tears as Allied soldiers lifted them from the ground. Others, gaunt and skeletal, attempted to salute or sing national anthems, desperate to reclaim their identities as soldiers rather than captives. Letters written immediately after liberation capture an emotional storm of joy, disbelief, and grief. Prisoners wept for comrades who had died only days or even hours before freedom arrived. Some were haunted by survivors' guilt, wondering why they lived while so many perished. Yet liberation also brought an overwhelming desire to reconnect with family, to write letters home, and to assure loved ones that survival was real. The mixture of exhaustion and relief created moments both heartbreaking and inspiring. In those first hours of freedom, many spoke of food, warmth, and sleep as luxuries they had nearly forgotten. Liberation was a return to humanity, fragile yet profound. The testimonies of liberating soldiers reveal the emotional toll these discoveries took on the men who opened the gates. Hardened combat veterans, accustomed to death and destruction, found themselves shaken to their core by the skeletal figures they encountered. Many reported feelings of rage toward the German guards who had abandoned or abused the prisoners. Others felt helpless, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of suffering and the inadequacy of immediate resources. Soldiers who had fought with discipline and detachment suddenly found themselves in tears, cradling emaciated men or carrying them to safety. War reporters who accompanied Allied units documented these scenes, producing photographs and films that shocked global audiences. Liberation thus became both a military and moral event, exposing the full cost of tyranny to the world. For the liberators, these memories would remain some of the most vivid and painful of the war. They became not only witnesses, but custodians of truth. Their testimony ensured the suffering of prisoners would never be erased from history. Among the camps liberated were those holding American, British, and Commonwealth POWs, who had endured years of captivity far from home. In places like Stalag Luft, famous for its escape attempts, airmen greeted their rescuers with tears of relief and stories of resilience. British and Canadian prisoners recounted the monotony of imprisonment, suddenly shattered by the arrival of tanks and jeeps. American POWs, captured in North Africa or during the Battle of the Bulge, embraced their liberators with overwhelming gratitude. Yet even in these camps, where conditions had been less catastrophic than in others, starvation, disease, and death had taken their toll. Liberation was a time for reunion, but also for reckoning with the scars of captivity. The sight of national flags unfurled, anthems sung, and men embracing created indelible images of triumph over adversity. These moments revealed both the resilience of POWs and the transformative power of liberation. For many, the day of freedom became the defining moment of their lives. In their memories, it eclipsed years of suffering. For civilians and non-combatants held in internment camps, liberation brought its own distinct challenges. Women, children, and aid workers emerged from confinement into a world that had been reshaped by war. Their testimonies describe confusion, relief, and the daunting prospect of rebuilding lives torn apart by years of imprisonment. Many had been separated from families with little knowledge of who had survived the conflict. Liberation offered hope, but also painful truths as survivors confronted news of loved ones lost. Aid agencies, including the Red Cross and United Nations relief organizations, quickly moved in to provide assistance. Civilians who had been overlooked during wartime were finally acknowledged as victims in need of care. Their liberation underscored the wide human reach of captivity, extending far beyond soldiers alone. These stories reveal the breadth of suffering and resilience across genders, ages, and nations. Liberation was the first step toward healing, but the scars would remain lifelong. The liberation of German POW camps marked both an end and a beginning. It ended years of imprisonment, suffering, and uncertainty for millions, but it also began the process of reckoning with trauma and memory. Survivors emerged alive, yet profoundly changed, their bodies frail and their minds haunted by years of deprivation. For liberators, the act of opening the gates became a moral obligation to testify, to ensure that the world never forgot what they had witnessed. The photographs, films, and written accounts from these days became part of the historical record, shaping global understanding of captivity. Liberation thus entered history not merely as a military achievement, but as a moment of profound human revelation. It symbolized the triumph of endurance over cruelty, of compassion over indifference. Yet it also reminded the world of how close humanity had come to losing itself in barbarity. The memory of liberation endures as both a moment of triumph and a solemn warning. In its light we see the true cost of war and the resilience of the human spirit. When the guns of Europe fell silent in May 1945, the war for millions of prisoners of war was far from over, for liberation did not instantly translate into normalcy. Allied armies faced the monumental task of repatriating soldiers scattered across hundreds of camps, death march routes, and liberated zones. Many were so malnourished and sick that immediate travel was impossible, requiring stabilization in improvised hospitals. Others, weakened by frostbite, disease, and injuries, were carried on stretchers or loaded into military trucks for evacuation. Transport networks in war-torn Europe were shattered, with rail lines destroyed, bridges collapsed, and fuel in short supply. Organizing the return of prisoners became a logistical puzzle that required the coordination of armies, governments, and humanitarian agencies. The urgency of families longing for news added emotional weight to the already staggering challenge. Soldiers and civilians alike worked tirelessly to restore order to this human tide of displaced men. Yet for many prisoners, the journey home stretched on for weeks or even months. Liberation, though real, became a prolonged passage toward true freedom. The first phase of repatriation often involved assembly at collection points where liberated prisoners were registered, examined, and prepared for transport. These reception camps were hastily established in former German barracks, schools, and even open fields. Medical examinations determined who could travel immediately and who required extended care. Soldiers too weak to walk were assigned to hospital trains or evacuated by air when possible, often on converted bombers or cargo planes. The Red Cross played a vital role, ensuring that lists of survivors were sent back to home governments and families. Clothing, soap, and basic rations were issued, restoring some dignity after years of deprivation. For many, the first letters home written from these centers were among the most emotional documents of the war, filled with relief, disbelief, and longing. Soldiers reported that simply seeing their names on a list of survivors restored their sense of identity, yet the bureaucratic process often felt overwhelming after years of powerlessness. Even in freedom, the machinery of war dictated the pace of their return. For American and British prisoners, the repatriation process was relatively swift compared to others, owing to the logistical might of their governments. Fleets of ships and aircraft were diverted to ferrymen across the Atlantic and Channel, ensuring that most Western Allied POWs were home within months. Photographs captured scenes of soldiers lining docks, waving to waiting crowds, their uniforms ragged, but their spirits lifted. Families gathered with banners and tears, embracing loved ones they had feared lost forever. Yet beneath the joy lingered exhaustion, with many soldiers collapsing in their families' arms from weakness. Governments organized parades and receptions, seeking to honor returning servicemen and boost morale. Newspapers printed emotional stories of reunions, framing repatriation as a victory narrative, but for the soldiers themselves, the adjustment was not so simple. Years of captivity had left invisible scars that no parade could erase. Repatriation was not only a journey across oceans, but a journey back into lives profoundly altered by war. For Soviet prisoners, however, the return home was fraught with suspicion, fear, and further suffering. Stalin's regime considered any soldier who had surrendered to be tainted, potentially disloyal, or even treasonous. Instead of celebrations, many Soviet POWs faced interrogation, imprisonment, or transfer to the gulags upon return. Survivors who had endured starvation and brutality in German captivity now found themselves accused of collaboration simply for having lived. Entire transport convoys of liberated Soviet prisoners were diverted not to family reunions, but to NKVD screening camps. The atmosphere of suspicion left many feeling betrayed by their own state. For them, repatriation did not mean freedom, but a second ordeal under a different master. This tragic reality highlights the contrast between East and West in the post-war order, where Allied governments welcomed their men home. The Soviet Union punished many of its own survivors. Their suffering thus continued long after the Reich's defeat. History would only later begin to reckon with this betrayal. The psychological trauma carried home by repatriated prisoners was perhaps the most enduring challenge of reintegration. Years of malnutrition, humiliation, and constant fear had left deep scars on minds as well as bodies. Many returned home plagued by nightmares, insomnia, and sudden bursts of panic triggered by ordinary sounds or sights. Some struggled to reconnect with families who had changed during their absence, feeling like strangers in their own homes. Children had grown up, spouses had endured years of uncertainty, and communities had moved forward without them. Reintegration required not only physical recovery, but also emotional rebuilding. Yet post-war societies, eager to celebrate victory, often struggled to acknowledge or address these hidden wounds. Many ex-POWs concealed their pain, choosing silence rather than burdening families with their memories. Others found solace in fellow veterans, forming associations that provided a community of shared experience. Repatriation may have ended captivity, but it did not end its echoes in the minds of survivors. The reintegration of prisoners into civilian life also presented economic and social challenges. Many had lost jobs, homes, or opportunities during years of absence, returning to economies still reeling from wartime disruption. Governments established benefits, pensions, and resettlement programs, but bureaucratic delays often frustrated returning soldiers. Some struggled with physical disabilities that limited their ability to work, leaving them dependent on state assistance. In rural areas, farmers faced the daunting task of reclaiming land neglected during captivity. Urban workers found industries changed by new technologies or labor shifts, making re-entry into the workforce difficult. Despite these challenges, many prisoners displayed remarkable resilience, eager to rebuild their lives. Societies too were forced to adjust, integrating large numbers of returning men back into homes, schools, and workplaces. This process was uneven but vital to the restoration of stability. Repatriation thus became both a personal and collective act of reconstruction. It was the human face of post-war recovery. The process of repatriation was not limited to Allied prisoners. German POWs held by the Allies also faced lengthy journeys home. Millions of German soldiers captured in Western and Soviet hands remained in camps long after the war ended. While Western allies generally released their prisoners within a few years, many Germans in Soviet captivity remained until the early 1950s. Their return was marked by stories of hardship, forced labor, and prolonged separation from families. In Germany, the arrival of returning POWs became a central part of post-war identity, with families welcoming men who had been absent for nearly a decade. These experiences complicated the broader narrative of repatriation, revealing that captivity did not end neatly with the war's conclusion. For both victors and vanquished, the human tide of displaced prisoners reshaped post-war societies. Repatriation was thus a shared ordeal across nations, uniting enemies and allies in the common struggle of return. It demonstrated how war's consequences extended far beyond battlefields. Ultimately, the repatriation of prisoners of war symbolized the transition from war to peace, but it also underscored the lingering costs of conflict. For many, the journey home was marked by joy, tears, and a fragile sense of renewal. Yet behind each reunion lay years of suffering that could never be fully erased. The process highlighted the triumph of endurance, the resilience of the human spirit, and the capacity of nations to rebuild. It also revealed divisions between societies that embraced their survivors and those that punished them, shaping Cold War narratives of freedom and repression. Repatriation left scars on individuals and imprints on collective memory, influencing how nations remembered the war. The stories of those who made it home, and those who never did, continue to remind us of the human cost of global conflict. For every soldier who returned, thousands of memories testified to both suffering and survival. Repatriation was not the end of captivity, but the beginning of its remembrance. In this it became one of the most profound legacies of the war. When the war ended, the voices of liberated prisoners of war became crucial in shaping how the world understood captivity under Nazi Germany. Soldiers, officers, and civilians, who had endured years behind barbed wire, poured out their experiences in diaries, letters, and post-war testimonies. These accounts revealed the grinding monotony, the hunger, the brutality of guards, and the flashes of resilience that kept men alive. Military historians and journalists recorded interviews almost immediately, fearing that memories might fade before the full truth could be documented. In Britain and America, ex-POWs were encouraged to write memoirs, and many of these works became part of the public record of the conflict. Governments also collected detailed reports from returning prisoners, cataloguing everything from rations to punishments for intelligence and legal purposes. For many survivors, giving testimony was both a duty and a form of catharsis, a way of honoring comrades who had not lived to tell their own stories. In this way, memory became the bridge between private suffering and collective understanding. The act of remembrance was itself an act of resistance against erasure. Through testimony, the war's human toll could never be silenced. In the immediate aftermath of liberation, Allied authorities began systematic investigations into the treatment of prisoners in German custody. Teams of lawyers, military police, and medical experts visited camps, interviewing survivors and inspecting conditions firsthand. Their reports described overcrowded barracks, insufficient food, outbreaks of disease, and evidence of deliberate neglect. Some survivors presented scars from beatings or medical experiments, living proof of violations of the Geneva Convention. Testimonies revealed not only the hardships of daily life, but also atrocities such as death marches and summary executions. Each statement became a piece of evidence, building toward a broader case against the perpetrators. The goal was not merely to document suffering, but to hold those responsible to account. These early investigations laid the groundwork for prosecutions that would follow at Nuremberg and other tribunals. For the survivors, participating in testimony was often a painful reopening of wounds, but many believed it was essential for justice. Memory therefore became inseparable from the pursuit of accountability. The Nuremberg trials provided the most visible stage for POW testimonies and the judgment of German violations. Prosecutors presented evidence of crimes against both military prisoners and civilian internees, framing them as part of a larger system of brutality. Witnesses described starvation, forced labor, and systematic killings of Soviet captives. Documents seized from German archives revealed orders from the highest levels, proving that cruelty was not accidental, but part of deliberate policy. The tribunal examined the fates of millions of Soviet POWs, many of whom had perished in camps where conditions were indistinguishable from extermination centers. The legal arguments established that the Geneva Conventions had been ignored or distorted by Nazi ideology. Former guards, commanders, and officials were called to answer for their actions, many protesting that they had only followed orders. Yet testimony from survivors exposed the human suffering hidden behind bureaucratic language. In court, memory was weaponized against impunity. Nuremberg gave voice to the silenced, ensuring that their suffering was placed on the record of history. Beyond Nuremberg, smaller trials across Europe pursued justice for crimes committed specifically in POW camps. At Dessau, Hamburg, and other locations, Allied military tribunals prosecuted camp commandants, guards, and doctors for abuse, neglect, and murder. Survivors were called to testify, often confronting their former captors face to face in courtrooms, heavy with emotion. These proceedings were not only about punishment, but also about acknowledgement, ensuring that crimes against prisoners were not overlooked in the broader horror of the Holocaust. Evidence included camp logs, orders, and even photographs taken by German personnel. Some defendants were sentenced to death, while others received lengthy prison terms, though many survivors later felt sentences were too lenient. The trials also revealed the uneven nature of justice, as not all perpetrators were captured or tried. Still, the very act of legal proceedings gave recognition to the suffering endured by POWs. Through testimony, prisoners reclaimed agency in telling their story to the world. Justice, imperfect as it was, became another form of remembrance. For many prisoners, giving testimony was an intensely personal and emotional process, intertwining memory with trauma. Survivors often struggled to find the words to describe years of hunger, humiliation, and despair. Some recounted specific incidents of brutality with clarity, while others could only speak in fragments, overcome by emotion. Psychologists studying these testimonies recognized patterns of trauma that would later be described as post-traumatic stress disorder. Yet, despite the difficulty, many survivors felt compelled to speak, motivated by loyalty to fallen comrades. Diaries smuggled out of camps, hidden letters, and coded messages provided contemporaneous records that later supported courtroom testimony. These first-hand accounts gave authenticity to the legal record, ensuring that statistics were grounded in lived experience. Memory thus became not only evidence but also memorial. By bearing witness, survivors turned personal suffering into collective history. Their voices carried the weight of both grief and resilience. The role of memory extended beyond trials into post-war society, where books, films, and public commemorations kept the experiences of POWs alive. Memoirs like those of airmen imprisoned in Stalag Lufts or soldiers from the Eastern Front became part of the cultural understanding of the war. Popular films dramatized escapes and resilience, shaping public imagination about captivity. National memorials honored the sacrifices of prisoners, ensuring their ordeal was not forgotten. In Britain, France, the United States, and the Soviet Union, veterans organizations lobbied for recognition and benefits, using testimony as a political tool. School curriculums and museums integrated POW experiences into broader narratives of the conflict. These acts of remembrance were not only educational but also therapeutic, allowing survivors to see their suffering acknowledged in public life. Memory thus evolved into a living dialogue between the past and the present. The stories of captivity were woven into national identities and post-war reconciliation efforts. Through remembrance, the suffering of POWs found permanence in history. Yet memory was also contested, shaped by politics, ideology, and the Cold War divide. In the Soviet Union, survivors of German captivity were often silenced or stigmatized, accused of weakness or treason. Their testimonies were suppressed, their experiences erased from official history. By contrast, in the West, POW narratives were celebrated as stories of endurance and patriotism. This divergence revealed how memory could be manipulated to serve national purposes. In some countries, uncomfortable truths such as collaboration among camp guards or failures in protecting prisoners were downplayed. Over time, historians worked to recover silenced voices, restoring balance to the record. Memory was thus never static, but constantly evolving, reflecting broader social and political dynamics. The struggle over remembrance was itself a continuation of the conflict, whose stories were told and how they were told shaped how nations understood both war and justice. Ultimately, the testimony of prisoners and the trials that followed established a vital legacy for international law and collective memory. They proved that the suffering of soldiers in captivity was not an inevitable byproduct of war, but a matter of deliberate policy and responsibility. Testimonies preserved the dignity of the dead by ensuring their suffering was acknowledged and not forgotten. Trials created precedents that shaped future conventions on human rights and the treatment of prisoners. Memory, in turn, became a moral force, reminding future generations of the dangers of cruelty and indifference. Survivors passed down their stories to families, communities, and nations, ensuring that captivity remained part of the war's moral reckoning. Today, museums, archives, and memorials stand as testaments to both suffering and endurance. The act of remembering has become inseparable from the pursuit of justice. In the voices of the survivors, history continues to speak with clarity and urgency. Their testimony ensures that the barbed wire of the past is never forgotten. The legacy of German prisoner of war camps is one that lingers long after the last barbed wire was torn down and the final guard towers were abandoned. For the men who endured captivity, the experience became an indelible mark on their identities, shaping the rest of their lives in ways that could not be erased by time. Families and communities absorbed their stories, ensuring that their ordeal became part of national memory and not just personal suffering. The human cost was staggering. Millions endured hunger, disease, and violence, with countless never returning home. These losses were not confined to soldiers, but extended to families who waited in vain for news, their grief stretching across decades. The legacy is also one of resilience, for many prisoners demonstrated courage, solidarity, and ingenuity even in the darkest circumstances. Their survival under such conditions is remembered as a testament to the endurance of the human spirit. Yet the lessons of captivity are as much about fragility as about strength, warning future generations of how quickly humanity can descend into cruelty. The history of these camps teaches that the cost of war is not measured only in battles fought, but in lives broken behind fences. In remembering captivity, we remember war in its fullest, most devastating reality. One of the most enduring lessons of captivity lies in the reaffirmation of international law and the importance of protecting human rights. The Geneva Conventions, though imperfectly observed during World War II, were shown to be vital frameworks for limiting the worst abuses of war. Where German authorities observed these rules with Western prisoners, survival rates were higher. Where they ignored them, particularly with Soviet captives, the result was catastrophic loss of life. The contrast reinforced the necessity of binding agreements that hold nations accountable in times of conflict. Post-war trials and testimonies highlighted the consequences of violating such laws, ensuring that the world could not look away from atrocities committed under the guise of war. Later conventions built on these lessons, strengthening the protections afforded to soldiers and civilians caught in conflict. The suffering of POWs thus became a catalyst for progress in humanitarian law. Their ordeal ensured that the principles of dignity and humanity could not be dismissed as mere abstractions. Through their suffering, the world was forced to recognize the necessity of legal protections in times of chaos. International law became not only a rulebook, but a moral commitment forged in the crucible of captivity. The remembrance of POW experiences also became central to cultural memory, preserved in books, films, and commemorative practices. Memoirs written by former prisoners captured the rhythms of life behind the wire, from the monotony of hunger to the exhilaration of rare moments of resistance. These works provided an unvarnished look into survival under conditions designed to break the human spirit. Films dramatized daring escapes and acts of defiance, embedding the story of POWs into popular imagination as symbols of resilience. Museums and memorials across Europe and beyond enshrined artifacts, letters, uniforms, tools of escape, as tangible reminders of the ordeal. National commemorations ensured that soldiers who had suffered in silence were honored alongside those who had fallen in combat. Yet cultural remembrance was not always uniform, with some nations amplifying stories of heroism while downplaying or silencing narratives of suffering. Over time, scholarship sought to balance these portrayals, restoring nuance and complexity to the story of captivity. The cultural memory of POWs thus evolved as a mirror of broader social and political attitudes toward the war. Remembering captivity became a way of remembering war itself through the lens of human endurance and vulnerability. Another lesson of captivity lies in its profound psychological impact, reminding the world that war's scars extend beyond the battlefield. Survivors carried invisible burdens, nightmares, flashbacks, and a constant sense of vigilance that followed them long after the camps were dismantled. These symptoms, later recognized as post-traumatic stress disorder, were little understood in the immediate post-war years. Many ex-prisoners concealed their suffering, attempting to reintegrate into families and societies that could not fully grasp their experiences. Others turned to fellow veterans, forming associations that offered solidarity and understanding when wider society fell short. Over time, medical research into POW trauma contributed to the study of psychological resilience and the treatment of wartime stress. The lessons drawn from their suffering extended into modern military and civilian mental health care. Their experiences underscored that captivity was not only a matter of physical endurance, but also of profound emotional survival. In this way, the legacy of captivity shaped not only history, but also medicine and psychology. The human mind, like the human body, became recognized as a battlefield scarred by war. The story of captivity also highlights the moral responsibilities of individuals and institutions in times of war. Guards, commanders, doctors, and bureaucrats were confronted with choices, and their actions shaped the daily lives of prisoners. Some exploited and brutalized POWs, treating them as expendable tools in the Nazi war economy. Others, though rare, showed moments of compassion, bending rules to allow food, medicine, or small mercies that saved lives. These contrasts remind us that even within systems of cruelty, human agency mattered. The post-war trials demonstrated that following orders was no defense against crimes against humanity. The legacy of captivity thus became a warning to future generations about the dangers of blind obedience and moral compromise. It showed that responsibility is not erased by uniforms or hierarchy, but rests on the choices of individuals. In this sense, POW camps became classrooms of moral failure and occasional decency. The lessons drawn from them challenge us to consider what we would do when confronted with the suffering of others. Captivity forces us to confront the meaning of humanity in its starkest form. Repatriation and remembrance also highlighted the unequal treatment of prisoners depending on nationality, rank, and ideology. Western Allied POWs were often treated better than their Soviet counterparts, not because of humanitarian concern, but because of Germany's strategic calculations and racial ideology. This disparity underscores how prejudice and political expediency shaped life and death behind the wire. The staggering death toll among Soviet POWs, millions perishing from starvation, exposure, and execution, stands as one of the greatest crimes of the war. Remembering captivity thus requires acknowledging these inequalities and ensuring that all victims are honored, regardless of nationality or political context. Memorials and research have increasingly shed light on the overlooked suffering of Eastern prisoners, restoring them to the story of captivity. Their experiences remind us that memory must resist the temptation to simplify or sanitize history. The legacy of captivity is not uniform but multifaceted, reflecting the diversity of human experiences under oppression. By recognizing this complexity, we honor the full truth of the past. The lesson is clear: memory must be inclusive to be just. As decades passed, the lessons of captivity continue to resonate in new generations and new conflicts. Soldiers fighting in Korea, Vietnam, and later wars drew directly from the experiences of WW2 POWs in understanding survival, resilience, and the importance of international law. Training manuals and survival courses incorporated lessons learned from men who had endured the camps of Germany. At the same time, international humanitarian organizations invoked the legacy of WW2 captivity to press for stronger protections for prisoners in ongoing conflicts. Each new war reopened debates about whether the world had truly learned from the suffering of the past. The continued existence of abuses and violations showed that the lessons of history were fragile, easily forgotten in the heat of conflict. Yet the memory of WW2 POWs remained a touchstone, a reminder that neglect and cruelty could never again be excused. Their legacy thus extended beyond history into the present, serving as both warning and guide. The lessons of captivity were not confined to the past, but demanded vigilance in the present. Every new generation was tasked with remembering, lest history repeat itself. Ultimately, the legacy of German prisoner of war camps is one of tragedy, endurance, and moral reflection. It compels us to recognize the human cost of war, not only in battles lost and won, but in the quiet suffering endured behind fences. The testimonies of survivors, preserved in courts, books, and memorials, ensure that their voices remain part of our shared heritage. The lessons drawn from captivity reinforce the value of international law, the necessity of compassion, and the resilience of the human spirit. They also remind us of the dangers of indifference, the ease with which humanity can be stripped away, and the responsibility to resist cruelty in all its forms. Remembering captivity is not merely an act of mourning, but an act of prevention, a commitment to a future where such suffering is never repeated. The legacy is both a warning and a tribute, cautioning us about the depths of human cruelty, while honoring the endurance of those who survived it. In the shadows of barbed wire, Humanity's darkest impulses were revealed, but so too were its strengths. In honoring that duality, we preserve the full truth of history. The story of captivity endures as a lesson for all time.